1, 2, 3, go!
When you're big,
Baby, don't mind when you see, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animal. Dance make you feel like animal. I go lock you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million.
Oh my God.
People just say watch you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like animal. Make sure you do nobody else.
Here we go. Somebody call me Burner.
when you're big.
That's right. Tonight, I promise you we're gonna make up for lost times. Take me to the village. Roy, Ken, Stanley. When you're big. Like this, like that.
She said my special, she give money involved. Me, I tell her nobody, I carry and come. Give her Gucci brother, give her Fendi and Dior. Give her everything, cause she deserves it and more. She go roll am for me. If I go dash up money.
Now your sign, baby girl, I want.
You didn't see that one coming, did you?
Things what you do, I want Chris. Now me and you, everything I want day. Every duty, make a nigga want pay. If not Chris, baby girl, I want Chris. If not day, baby girl, I want day. By your side, baby girl, I want day. Oh yeah, choke. Can you find I can't take every day, every second, say now I be. We go play, you go shake on my tonight. You know, say no one like me. You go take, I go play, you go play on my tonight. You tell me I be gas me. I let it run, when we go take, I go use every day.
Somebody call me Bado. He coming through, he coming. Give me some ginger, Here we go. We number one in the game. No competition. Say. Okay. Watch the mix.
Girls in my crib. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing to me.
Okay.
Don't need a shower, baby. I need a free. Lick it like ice cream. It's nothing. Chop my banana. One side I love it. Go shopping.
Sing it.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Adama, good to see you. Adama, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Do me a favor, everybody, hit the like, share, subscribe button. Let me make sure audio is good. Oh yeah, we're live. Today is Tuesday, the 15th of April. Can you believe that? We're in the middle of April of 2025. That is crazy. But nonetheless, we have to be appreciative, operate with some gratitude. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to know you guys. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate you. Again, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. My wife and I, we wrote 2 books for your relationships. One is called Get My Marriage Back. The other one is called Number One Red Flag. And you can download them absolutely for free from manofprestige.com. The link is also in the description box. My name is Ola. What we do here, what I try to facilitate here is to extract life and relationship lessons from trendy topics, but I tackle them from a self-power, social, seduction, attraction, emotional intelligence standpoint. Again, you can download the books for free. Shout out to all our sponsors, everybody that hit like button, that you share, that you're donating. Thank you so much. This month our goal is $128.85. We're now already up to $69.55, doubled from the last time I showed this, I guess. But welcome back. I appreciate you. You can also use Zelle, Cash App. We don't have OPay. But Zelle, Cash App, PayPal, all those kind of things. The email address is ask@manofprestige.com. Hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. We have some stories to cover today. We have a bit of stories, so I'll try to drop the link at the top of the hour. So I'm going to try to fly through some of the stories today. Of course, the main question today is it a question? Is it a statement? All married men cheat. Is this normal? We're going to talk about that. And also we're going to talk about another Ponzi scheme. Is belly up, flat, busted. I think I've done a session on Ponzi schemes, so, and what they look like and what you should look out for. Today may be another opportunity to learn a little bit. We're going to talk about actresses Laide, Bakare and Eniola Badmus fight at some movie premiere, and we're going to extract some lessons from that. Today we're talking about Jada Pinkett-Smith, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. And we're going to talk about Paul and Peter Okoye with Jude Okoye, the P Square saga, or dragging themselves in court. We're going to talk about Blessing CEO's engagements. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about Davido. All right. With that being said, I think we have a packed show. Do me a favor, like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. Let everybody know. Ping them into the room right now. Let them know we have a live session today. All right. With that being said, without any further ado, let's jump into the right into the first story of the day. I'll be right back.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
All right, let's listen to this video and then we'll come right back to talk about it. Let's just listen in.
After a period of
I
time.
would not be fine, definitely. But
because
me
of the
being
society
fine or not
is-
won't stop him from cheating.
Oh wow, so because of the society is okay. Why my husband can cheat and it's fine. Society
No,
like
that's not the point.
that. I beg you don't do.
Steve.
Don't marry.
To be very honest,
If you're polygamous by nature, then don't get married. If you want to sleep around with people, don't get married.
I understand you,
Don't put
right?
us through the stress of
But
weddings.
you're going with what your mom told you.
I've seen a situation where I hear things. Imagine maybe a pastor will be, I don't consider nobody get ideas of the church. A pastor of an entire state of a church that has branches, I found out that he was sleeping with almost all the choir members.
Steve, are you dating?
I'm not. Unfortunately, not.
I'm sorry. The girlfriend you posted recently. You
When did I say girlfriend? You
I don't
say
know.
girlfriend
But it seems so.
Are you one of
you
those
guys were all
that
loving
I'm not? You're very quick to speak up
I am
things.
one of them.
Wow.
They pick up things for me. I'll
I
pick
would
up
have
things
hoped
for
you were
them.
more learned than that.
Hello, my lovely people. Welcome to another lovely episode of Face Off. And today we have two amazing, lovely people, my friends. You guys, my friends.
So this is a podcast by this skit maker Zig Saloma. You remember this guy? This guy was the one who went and fixed his nose. I was looking at this hair dude too. It looks like that thing might be a wig, but I'm not sure. Anyway, to each his own. But he has a new podcast, and the first of their topic is all married men cheat, and he has another skit maker, what's her name? Ashmusi, right? I don't know the other kid. His name is Steve Chooks. I had him on the show and they were talking about this. And I'm going to jump right into the middle and then I'll play a little bit more, then we'll talk.
By force. So if you decide to now marry, you have chosen to marry and you must stay married. Don't be one of those married men that are coming outside and cheating. This kind of topic that makes men think that they can cheat. Before we're talking, I think I heard one of the crew members say something about how a man is not possible. A man must cheat. It's in a man's DNA. And I'm thinking that is why y'all all have. As a lady, do you want your man to cheat?
I won't typically go with that notion that a man must cheat. Sounds a bit archaic. But Steve, at the same time, I feel like you came into this career trying to save your face or save yourself or save you too much.
I'm against you.
That you do not want to state fact.
What are the facts? What are the facts? The floor is yours.
You've spoken too much. I'm tired of your voice. The audience must be tired.
What are the facts?
Now, hold on. There's no facts particularly. I'm coming to somewhere, right? You're not saying it how you're supposed to say. You're like teaching the audience, teaching the crowd. A married man should not cheat. Yeah. Your point is supposed to be they are married men. They're married men that do not cheat at all. Something like that. But you're teaching married men should not cheat.
Maybe you're not understanding the topic.
No, you're
teaching
because you are teaching or advising or
I'm not
directing.
Advising. I'm telling you my
why
point.
married men should not cheat.
I am stating my points. Maybe you're not understanding me. Maybe you need to go back again. Maybe
unfortunately,
relax.
we are in a society where married men cheat. I mean, like crazy. It is very unfortunate.
High population, yeah?
Very high. I mean, most people that actually come into my DMs are people that I check their page and I'm seeing that, you got married last week, Saturday. Like, what the hell? Who
So
are
what
you?
are the reasons? Let me just give me the reasons why you think men are cheating.
There are different reasons. I heard the saying that men are polygamous. I don't know where it came from, but there are a couple of them from the Bible. Solomon polygamous, yeah?
I don't know, teach me the Bible.
Well, Peg, I will if you allow me.
Yeah.
So Solomon, so I think this thing started like from long ago, from the early beginnings of the earth. You get what I mean, right? So whether they're polygamous in nature or adulterous in nature, I don't know what to call it, but it's just.
If you believe in polygamy,
terrible.
marry a damn second wife. Marry a third wife. Marry a fourth even, if that's what you want. Like I said, and I will say again so you can understand properly this time, because I don't think you picked me up the first time. Men.
All right, I'm going to push it forward a little bit.
Of course, you expect my friends to be even young couples. I can say for
If you want to see the full show, just go to his channel. It's Zig Saloma. You can go watch the full episode, 39 minutes over there. So I'm just skipping through here because I wanted to use this to, of course, teach something.
sure. Yeah? The ones I'm very close with, even the ones that are 1 or 2 years married.
Hey, Chinye, welcome. Marriott, welcome.
I'm not sure why that's going on. And that's terrible.
See, what he's saying is not happening.
And I've been in a situation where I was a very churchy person.
You was.
Yes, I'm saying
before you changed,
no,
your face
face doesn't affect if I'm churchy or not.
But you sinned against God. Being churchy, you sinned against God by undoing His work in your life.
Amara, I feel like
All right, so first of all, it doesn't mean anything, but this guy seems quite a bit feminine. The guy, it can mean a lot, but it doesn't always mean something. But this guy in glasses right here, it seems a little bit too feminine. So I don't know. And then when they asked him, are you dating? This is a grown man, and he says he's not dating, and it sounds like he's not married at all. So that's a lot for me to handle. So I'm going to leave that alone. So his opinion is quite driven by one of the 7 factors I want to share with you. Okay, there are about 7 different factors that you must assess before you can really answer that question. you know. But let me just first of all, no, not all married men cheat. Adama says, why is she nasty? Her brain is not intact. MOP, I saw the MFM videos you mentioned. It is all quite incredible. Crazy, right? Give us the option to vote both. You want to vote both. Uncle Patrick said men should not cheat but can look with side eye. Wala. The question is that do all men cheat? Do all married men cheat? Biko, is Zix Aloma, is he straight or bisexual? Allegedly asking for one of my confused sister. Okay, so even him, it seems a little bit feminine too. So I don't know. So I don't know. You know, we need other type of men to have these conversations too. Uncle Beno, welcome, sir. Good to see you. And Uncle Patrick, good to see Chinye, Marriott, Adama. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Who is this Raz girl? Biko no. That's Ash Mosi. All right. So I'm gonna play a little bit more, then I'll talk.
Step out because of what I'm
But you
saying.
don't say that it's the likelihood now.
What's that?
So you can, you said you get tired easily. You mentioned that several times. This wasn't been married for.
That's why I said that.
So this guy said he gets tired easily, but then he has the audacity to be speaking from he's speaking basically from his ass, okay? Like many people do in this time and age when it comes to this cheating of a topic. Okay, so when it comes to this cheating of a topic, a lot of people literally just speak from their ass. All right, and the reality is that cheating is not just about sex. That's the first thing that everybody should understand. Cheating is not just about sex. Yes, I'm talking about in the context of marriage. Once you understand that, then there's a high chance you'll be operating from a place of self-awareness and you will probably not attract that behavior. Okay, so let me play a little bit more.
The moment I
You are married
decide
for 6 months.
So this is the same guy who said he gets tired of people easily. He said the moment he decides he doesn't he wants to get married, the next thing he's looking for is divorce. If he's tired, he'll just look for divorce.
Because you don't have to cheat in the marriage.
hear me. Like I already said for the camera, I'm pro. You don't have to get married.
Yeah.
But the moment I, as Steve Chuk says I do, I am betting my life on that. It's not my own commitment because I'm very committed. When I decide to commit to something, I stay through it. So even if it takes me 10 years, I would decide. It's same thing with my friendships. The moment I decide to say this one is my friend, it takes me a long time for me to say I will not be with this person anymore because I will not be friends with this person anymore. That's why I try to tread carefully because I really like the person as a friend. Same thing goes to marriage. I love you. I decide to marry you. Why would I make this thing your dick?
So that's a question, right? I decided to marry you. Why would I, a grown man adult, why would I now decide to break the vows or do something stupid or sabotage what we have going on? What reason could you possibly have? There shouldn't be such reasons, right? That's what he's saying. Okay, now to be clear, no, you should not cheat. You should never cheat. Okay, but the key word there is should never cheat. Okay, but we're talking about human beings, so we need that conversation needs to be a little bit deeper than true or false. Let me see if did we have answers for the true or false? Let me see. Anybody voted? How many votes do we have in the house? Hit the like button, by the way. Share, subscribe. Okay, I only see 5 votes. 100% people say false so far, but I'll leave it up for now. Okay, but the actual question that Zix Aloma asked is that it is impossible for married men not to cheat. That's the actual question. Okay, it is impossible for married men not to cheat. True or false? And she went with false. And then the man in the equation, went with true. So it's like backwards double/triple negative there. So think about that question very, very well before you answer. But in my opinion, before you can answer that question, you have to assess 7 different factors. Okay, only one of them has to do with your morals and values and things like that. You have to assess 7 base factors, and there are more factors. This is just 7 base factors. So I will end today's show with the 7 base factors. Okay, but you have to assess the 7. Only one of them has to do with morals or your discipline. Morals, I will categorize discipline in the same place as I will put that in the same place as moral value, all that kind of stuff, right? So it's 1 out of 7 factors. So even if you're a perfect human being, the odds are still against you, especially when you're speaking from a place of ignorance. All right, if you don't really understand life or you have no experience whatsoever. Is Zix Saloma married? No, he's not married. He actually mentioned, he said he's 33, 34 years old and he's being pressured by family members as soon as he turned 33 to marry. And I'm like, okay. Again, I don't want to, this gentleman seems quite feminine. So in Nigeria, even if they are a special type of breed, they don't really have the freedom to speak much about it. And I don't want to speak about stuff like that, to be honest with you, because I believe in freedom for everybody to live their life as they deem fit. Or allegedly sleeping with married men. How old are they? They sound young. They are young. They are young, but they are also the loudest right now. But when I say young, Zig Saloma is 33. Is that really young? This gentleman we're looking at on the screen, if I be a 28, 27, is that really young? No, that's not young. I'm sorry, that's not young. It's best for him not to get married if he is agege wahala. Anyway, I don't know that. So I don't know that. But the question that we are answering today is that in the meanwhile, again, I have 7 base factors we're going to cover later on, but I want to get to some other stories around the world, some other things that are going on around the world. Do me a favor, hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. I'll be right back.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
All right, welcome back. So there's a company that's been trending in Nigeria all day long. It's called CBEX. I don't know if it's pronounced that way, CBEX or CBEX, or I don't know. But if you recall, some few weeks ago here, we talked about Ponzi schemes. We talked about the scooter. We talked about the insurance. We talked about MLMs, network marketing. So if I see examples like this, I will keep bringing them to you so we can actually talk about them and also continue to remind ourselves there's certain factors you want to look for in good investments and bad investment, and there's some things that are just super obvious. Obviously, if you can't identify the value that a particular company platform actually bring to the table, a value could be, if the value is anything less than entertainment, is probably a scam. I say that to say entertainment is a value. Somebody could be selling entertainment skits and that is valuable, right? It seems fluffy. It's just information that makes you smile, but that is value, and people can build a business. They can make money. You can pay for such value. They're valuable value, right? So, and it's key, something to pay attention to here. All right. Chinye said that's scooter one. Yeah. So now let's get to Nigerians panic over frozen funds. There's actually a report here on BBC. So the CBEX, let me just read this and then we'll take it from there. Okay, I'll read it and then I'll do some reaction there, analysis, and then we'll move on to the next story. It says angry Nigerians are turning to social media to describe how they have been locked out of their account on the digital financial platform CBEX. People have posted videos of themselves crying, saying that they could not withdraw their investments and worried that their money had gone. The first word that fly at my face is investment. Okay, you know, a lot of people use that word investment loosely. They're not paying attention. Investment, if somebody told you to bring $5, I will help you turn it to $10. That is not an investment. That's called Sogun Dogoji. That's called a scam. That's called that's called you're about to get scammed. Okay, please pay attention. Your money is probably about to exit your life without finding a way back into your life. Very, very important. Okay, please pay attention. All right, I'm actually looking at Jesus Christ. I'm looking at a post here 6 hours ago on Instablog Niger. Says CBEX admit just moved $822 million, over 1 trillion naira into a private Ethereum wallet. Wala. Anyway, let me read the report according to BBC. So it says people have posted videos of themselves crying. Some furious customers ransacked a CBEX office in the southwest city of Ibadan, cutting off chairs, air conditioners, and solar panels. CBEX has not yet publicly commented. This was some few hours ago, so I don't know if they commented yet. I don't know if they have comments out there yet, but I'm just want to use this as a quick warning, as a follow-up to the last session that we did. I tell your hands, what your hands can do, your brain, your mind, as long as you can impact other people in a valuable way, even if it's a simple entertainment, there are valuable ways to make money. If you're looking to double your money, you are a scam artist. This is a small part of you. Okay, don't let me call you scam artist, but greed is probably going to eat your money, and it will be gone for a long time. Sorry, probably forever. But anyway, the company had promised that investors would double their money every month. Double your money every month. You want to double your money every month. You don't like work. It's the same issue when we come to relationships. They say you have to work. They say, what do you mean you have to work? Relationship must be a scam. Marriage must be a scam. Is that the scam or the shortcut? The shortcut is probably more of a scam. Anyway, double your money every month. Okay. Anyway, so the company had promised that investors would double their money every month. Nigeria is currently facing straitened economic times, and many are desperate to find a way to boost their income. The fact that you're desperate to boost your income, sorry, it's not going to be an excuse. Okay, that's always going to be a terrible excuse, because I don't know, what do you mean by desperate? How do you measure desperate? You mean like greed? You mean like you want to make money faster than yourself? Which one? Faster than work would allow you to? Faster than your skills will allow you to? What do you mean by desperate? Or faster than your economy will allow you to? No, that's not going to be an excuse. I guess maybe a good reason why many people gravitate towards such things. But somebody telling you double your money, it's probably a bad idea. One investor identified as Ola, can you imagine that name? You have to use that name, go. And one investor identified as Ola told BBC Pidgin that he feared he had lost 450,000 naira, about $280 or 210 pounds. And I quote, "I was ready to withdraw all my investment just last week, but my friend told me to be patient and wait, and now it has crashed." Ola said, "This is one of the key things. They say, just put some money in there. Once you make your money, just take it out and you leave the profit in there and let it run." Once you hear things like that. All right, I've been talking about this for a while. I need to talk about it more, I guess. If you hear somebody say, take out your money and leave the profits there, run as fast as you can. Run. Many others have shared similar stories online, with one person talking about losing $16,000. The problem was first noticed over the weekend, but the anger boiled over when Monday came and people were still not able to access their money. Some investors who made complaints on the private messaging service Telegram received responses from CBEX. They were told the problem was the result of a hack and things will be resolved soon. Nigeria's SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, they do have their own in Nigeria, right? Which regulates the investment sector, has not yet responded to a BBC request for comment. They're probably not regulated by SEC because it's digital platform. They probably told you can only take your money out with crypto, which is not yet regulated. Yeah, so if you put your money in, they will probably have like a fine print somewhere where it says what you're really buying is a crypto coin. It's not an investment, but they will tell you double your money. It's not them that's telling you double your money. It's other people that put their money there. They are hoping they will double. They'll keep saying they will double their money. So but SEC has previously warned citizens about the risk surrounding unregulated digital platforms and potential Ponzi schemes. Like they took it right out of my mouth. For some, the situation brings back painful memories from 2016 when another popular financial scheme called MMM. Some people will say it's just one of those things. Just get some money and just get out of it. See, if it collapses, it collapses. You don't understand greed and fear. You don't. Anyway, MMM froze its transactions, leaving many investors heartbroken. Members were supposed to receive a 30% return on their investment in just 30 days. It launched in Nigeria in November 2015 and according to its founders had up to 3 million members before it collapsed. Ponzi schemes will collapse. Why? Because there's no value, there's no intrinsic value in it, right? There's only so many double your money you can do before people say, wait, double your money. Whose money? Any money that you are ever making is coming from somebody's pockets. Okay, that's the bottom line. So if it's not that way, please just know that you're probably about to lose your money. Let me come to the chat. All right. Wala. Money doubler in 30 days. In 30 days, Sogundogoji. Yes, Sogundogoji. Yes, yeah. That means turn your 20 to 40. Ogun is 20, 40 is Ogoji. So Sogundogoji. Turning your 20 into 40. If you hear things like that, run. Man, we had so much fun on Beno's show. Shout out to Uncle Beno. Chinye Zukwanike, me and you have the same sprite. What did it happen? Scooter, back to Scooter. So let me see here. Sellers, I have tasted Forex, I have tasted crypto, and I have tasted CBEX. I highly recommend stocking your kitchen with food stuff first. This is somebody who probably invested in it, right? Somebody said if the SEC and EFCC were truly doing their jobs, CBEX wouldn't have gotten this far. Nigerians are suffering while the regulators stay silent. This is a scam that shouldn't be stopped long ago. I mean, the scooter business is here in the United States. It depends on, I'm telling you right now, yes, it's their responsibility to protect us, the government agency, but it's solely your responsibility to protect yourself. Please keep that at the back of your mind. If you see anything that says you double your money, even in 1 year, it's unrealistic. Anything above 15% return on investment in 1 year is a Ponzi scheme. It's only a matter of time before it collapses. There are some businesses you can do with your friends that can obviously double, triple. That's a business. Actually, like you're selling something, right? But even that, we know the risk. The risk of that is 95% of them will fail in the first 5 years, right? So how much more somebody take your hard-earned cash, right? You're making it easy for them to just steal your money, okay? Listen to this. Let me play this. I think he's saying something.
Right. So the Security and Exchange Commission, which is the SEC, and also the EFCC, what's that they would do? Because it can't be like saying only to they post people children from our page, tag them, your boys, and only that one was happy. Because if not truly they work, CBEX is supposed to even exist from day one, and people will promote that platform, so it's not the custody by now. This CBEX scam is over $800 million. That's over 1.3 trillion in naira. Now for the SEC, men are no vex. Wait an actual job, because apart from CBEX, many other crypto Ponzi schemes don't come out. Scam Nigerians millions of dollars come out, and on they do anything. On they claim.
So he said, what is the job of SEC? SEC is to protect securities, but you have to first of all define it as securities first. So for example, stock market. Maybe forex exchange, maybe all these different, securities that's kind of like they're traditional, right? Everything that involves digital platform, we're in the infancy of it. Nobody understands it yet. That's what you need to understand. Anything that involves you put your money in you're just paying with a credit card. Nobody knows, right? And nobody can really ensure what they don't really know. They're still working on it. Protect yourself. So when you say digital platform, and I'm not talking about just a bank or something, because all of them, but if it's purely digital platform / cum digital platform / crypto, you probably should run. Keep your money. You're better off putting it in the kitchen.
They regulate the financial space, but nobody is waiting that they regulate. All the info when they drop now just for on our website, we nobody even sabi. Instead of when they partner with creators and blogs, we should push all this information out there so people go see for the social media space, because 90% of the fraud we they happen for this financial space now via social media they take starts.
There you go.
Now for the EFCC, now when Nigeria has done the crisis, CBEX don't scam them. What you they do towards this whole matter? I be this one not be fraud. She when I don't get the tech to trace these guys. I be the only tech when I get now to break people down for midnight.
No, this is a good point that Marriott is making here. Mario says people have to report to the SEC so they can shut it down. The people that have to report to SEC, their mouth is watering that their money can double in 1 month, right? So they don't understand. If you have enough people educated that, hey, anything above 15%, right, and you're probably going to lose your money, right? If they see enough of them, enough people will start reporting. But that's a key point you made. If enough people are not complaining, by the time they move about $822 million into another account somewhere, it's too late. No, they're not going to change. They don't have the resources. What is SEC? It's you and me. It's government agencies. They are depending on you to shout out and say, hey, there's these people trying to steal our money. They are promising doubling our money. But what would an average person do in Nigeria? It's like, double my money. Where can I put my own? Where can I put? Can I test it $1? Okay, let me put $2. I'm telling you. So maybe they don't have enough people to investigate. Absolutely. Stop putting your money in Nigerian investment fintechs. Good point. All right. The average kid in Nigeria right now can probably program a simple app that can collect people's money. So should you be putting your money there? I'll be careful. I'll be careful. If it doesn't say that the government insures a certain amount of money that you put in a bank somewhere, you probably should be careful. If it's not a skill set that you study on a regular, as in like a trading or something, trading of traditional stocks, major companies that you see their products everywhere in the streets. If it's not that, I don't know. This is the part where they say, oh, that's scare money. Scare money don't make money. Okay, I'm just telling you up front. That's all. Uncle Bello say I won't let. Yeah.
This one is serious matter. Nigerians suffer and we need action. I think say all financial platforms.
Nigerians are not suffering. If you're suffering, you will not put your money where. Okay, Nigerians are suffering, but the suffer needs to double up a little bit more before they realize.
Nigeria, they guys get the EFCC SCOMO certificate. So how far CBEX?
Anyway, let me know what your thoughts are about this one, because what other factors should we look at? It's very simple. I just given probably 2 or 3 of them. Number 1, real value. What is real value? Something that actually impacts a person, that they will keep paying for it even if they don't get money back. Listen to what I just said carefully. People will keep paying for it even if they don't get money, cash back. People will pay for a comedy show and not go back and say, give me my money back. The average person will not say, give me my money back at the end of the day. The average person is not expecting money back in their account 1 month later, because they're already paying for the value. They're getting that value with everything else outside of cash back. If it's not that, it's probably a scam. It's probably a Ponzi scheme. That's number 1. So intrinsic value. Value beyond currency is not value. The only value attached to currency is what you can purchase with it. So if all they are promising is you doubling your money, that's a Ponzi scheme. It's only a matter of time it's going to collapse, and usually you will lose your money. Some people will tell you, don't be scared, just get some money out of it before you collapse. That's the devil talking to you. All right, but let me know. There might be some other factors you can think of. Let me know. Put that in the comment section later on. Without any further ado, let's move on to some other stories around the world. Hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. I will be right back.
touching and kissing, make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
Welcome back. So I want to talk about this Laide Bakare and Eniola Badmus fight. They were at a movie premiere the other day, and there's a very important lesson that I want to pull out of it. Okay, but first and foremost, they have a quick article here on. Let me see. There's an article here. Where's the article now? Okay, I found the article. This wait the apple. Okay, I found it. All right, so there's this article here on Daily Post. Laide Bakare vows to deal with Eniola Badmus for calling her animal. If you don't know who they are actresses. Okay, Nigerian Nollywood actresses. So I'm reading this here. It says, let me see. Can you guys read? Okay. I'll just read it to you. Popular Nigerian actress Laide Bakare has vowed to deal with her colleague Eniola Badmus for referring to her as an animal. Daily Post recalls that the Nollywood stars had earlier engaged in a public altercation at Eniola Ajao's Owambe Thieves movie. Owambe Thieves, the movie premiere on Sunday. However, in a new Instagram post on Monday, Bakare criticized Badmus for sliding into her DM to call her an animal. Okay? In the chat, Eniola Badmus wrote, "Don't bring your terrible animalistic behavior around me. Stay far." Sharing the screenshot on the exchange, Bakare recounted how she gave Badmus her first major role when no one wanted to associate with her due to her, and I quote, "ugly looks and obesity." Jesus Christ. All right. She wrote, and I quote, "I gave you your first major role in life when no one wants to associate with you because of your ugly looks and obesity. I spent my own hard-earned money on an ingrate like you, and all you could pay me back with is to call me animal? Ha! Eniola, Almighty God will judge you, inshallah. You just started. Let me see. Inshallah, you just started what you cannot finish, and I promise you, you must collect. Oma collects me." Alright, so while we're talking about this, let me share with you why we're talking about this. Okay, so it's not the story. I don't usually cover this kind of stories anyway, but there's some things that she was saying that I was like, this is a lesson though for every one of us, you know. So let's talk about it. Hold on one second. I'm gonna play this video and then we'll shall talk. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah. All right, so here we go. Just listen to this.
The video out there is not, the video out there is giving, no, now don't place me like that. Don't place me, no. That is not me. That is not me. But the reaction in the video is looking like I'm the troublemaker. I want to destroy image in your my nika.
She said, you're a wicked person. You are the one that came to me. That's the Yoruba. She's speaking Yoruba.
This lady.
She said, this world is a cold world.
Is evil.
This world is evil. You are wicked. You are the devil. You are devil incarnate.
Anyway, let me conclude this. So, but react.
So she realized that the Eniola Badmus that she sent an invitation. So she started the story that she sent an invitation to a movie premiere once upon a time, that she did not react in the DM. She's talking about how their beef started, right?
Message the ad later. Okay, oh, he's still out of love. We Eniola, I even sent my housewarming invitation party to you. Oh, it's a song, Kokon. Okay, no verse. The moment people there is no verse here, no.
Oh, so there's a tone to that no verse, is what she's trying to say. She said she sent Eniola an invitation. She saw that, she read it. She never responded, and then she did like a follow-up, which, yes, that's a good thing to do, a follow-up, right? But then she was just like no verse, that she didn't respond because she was asking for an opinion about the invitation or something like that. And then she suddenly realized that there must be problems, we have beef, right? So again, she's just giving us the backstory here. I'll tell you what I wanted to show you here in a second. This is the video that everybody is talking about. This is what started it in the first place. This is what started in the last 2 days. So the person with the gele red skontolo is Eniola Badmus. You can see that she's dancing, right? And then suddenly you can see Eniola is talking at somebody, right? She's talking at somebody, and then she's trying to walk away. And then you can see the lady in pink. That's the lady that's talking to us right now, the one that's doing the shalaye, Laide Bakare. And she's like, "Are you mad? Are you mad?" Let's see. She said, "Sorry, ayini, sorry, ayini." She said, "Are you mad? Are you mad?" And then you can see Eniola kind of walk off. She tapped on her, meaning that's at that point, right? In 2025, it's called you're getting physical, okay? You touch somebody like that, you can't touch another human being. It's a no, okay? Especially in a professional setting or professional colleagues and in the public, it's a bad idea. Don't touch anybody. I don't care if they're younger than you. I don't care if you think they're a child. Just keep your hands to yourself. But apparently, Laide Bakare did not know that, you know. Let's keep going. She walked off, and there's a bodyguard that basically pushed Laide Bakare off. All right, so that's what we're talking about. I just wanted to bring you up to speed so you can know what we're talking about here. All right, so now that we have the backstory, now back to here, what she's saying here. Let's listen. So she now came back on Monday. This was on Sunday evening at the premiere. She came back on Monday and she's doing the shalaye, how the beef started.
She's not with a feeling. Then I was busy that
so
time.
She left her.
So she didn't come. Then later, I think later was the issue of my vehicle, and I just feel like, you know, it's not something to help match often.
She said she has been doing this often. She never used to do this, but the other chick, Eniola Badmus, she's used to doing things like that, you know. So she's been in the news lately. She was in the news a few days ago for telling Okoyemi Eniola, another lady, actress, that what happened to her frontal, this part of her ear. And that one accused her of body shaming and all that kind of thing. She did apologize for that one. So, but a lot of people feel like she's being, because she's also tried to run for Senate, for a Senate seat. I'm talking about Eniola Badmus. She's a staunch supporter of President Tinubu, so she's trying to run for a Senate seat as well.
For your page, you are not posting. You can testify to about posting in 3, 4, 5 days.
So she's saying this social media thing, she's not really into it, where you have to post every day so that you can stay relevant. If you don't post every day, basically you become a slave to social media if you're not careful. Right? That's what she's talking about. And she said, I'm not that kind of person. I just keep to myself. She's giving us the reasons why she's not guilty, why she was actually the victim, even though the video that we saw was her putting her hands on somebody else. I get it. Somebody else instigated it. Somebody was gaslighting her. So she put her hands on the person, right?
You're busy. So sometimes they're like material to post. That was why I posted it that time. Yeah. When I got my vehicle, that this is what I've always wanted, to match the color of my house. It was just like the rhyme. Like,
ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
So she posted something.
Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view of your home.
like like something like rhyme that
She posted something, but I think she's talking about she posted a picture of her with Eniola Badmus together, and it wasn't a nice picture. You know how you ladies are. If somebody don't take permission before they post your pictures, that person can become your enemy for life, or even if they are your husband.
oh, the color of your new house, and you now bought vehicles to match color of the house. Oh, it's not something though. This same Eniola was the first person that came under my post to bully me. What is the
Okay, so she's saying she got bullied by Eniola first. Okay, she's basically saying she bullied me first.
meaning of that time? I realized I know how you people do now. They don't slay. Don't forget that they don't slay.
What does how you people mean? What does that mean? What is how you people? What is that? Is that like you people that? Is that like a shade or something like that? What is how you people? Anyway, no worries. She's just doing explanation. It's okay.
Explain. Because no evidence.
Remember, the video that the publics are seeing is her putting her hands on Eniola Badmus, but she's telling us that she had been bullied inside of DM by Eniola Badmus before, and all she did was posted an innocent picture of both of them.
Lórí social media lè máa other people lè máa don slay. Ẹ̀yin lè máa jọ fake like and love, not any.
Oh, fake like and love.
So I realized at that time
the social media
you
thing.
people were posting other people's achievements. I be kidding now. You didn't post it, me okay, but you want to give me congratulations. Why did we think the only thing to le ṣe under post mi ni kó wá ṣe mockery of me, kó wá ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́ o.
Oh, so she came there. So she came under her post when she launched a new building, and then she came and mocked her with Beleo Iyalani Lord. I would not be translating that from Yoruba to English. Just landlord is Yoruba for landlord. She became a landlord, but she was saying it in a condescending way. Okay, I did the translation. Like, landlord Beleo.
Ow! Invitation, want this invitation. Ìwọ ni mo send there sí. Exactly, Eniola, I just completed this house. Oh, yeah, torí mo ti mention ẹ fún ẹ rí pé àmọ́ ṣe kankan níbi báyìí. Ìwọ yìí ló dáhùn, ìwọ yìí ló ṣe. Ìwọ yìí náà ni mo wá send gbà tí mo ìwọ ló wá come under my post wá sọ pẹ̀lẹ́ ìyá lárin lord. You even give me a call that ó tẹ̀ tó call. Tó sọ pé tó bá Laide. Tí wá sílé ẹ̀mí ò ní jẹun o. Kí ló ń ṣe kí ni mo mọ̀ tó. Ó sọ pẹ̀lú bitterness.
So somebody called you and said they will come to your house. When I come to your house, I will not eat. They're still talking to you, but the only thing you get out of that is bitterness. Okay, interesting. It's just interesting. You ladies especially, you know how to read those side shady talk more than us. So I'm just saying, educate me, Sha. But to go from, if I come to your house, that sounds like a joke to me, but maybe she knows better, but the person's on the phone with you, right? That means they're still your friends. Anyway, bottom line is that they had issues from before. Those issues did not involve anything physical. So, but let's be fair, she started it. See, this is where fairness goes right straight into. You know how you guys love fairness. This is where eta koto. In real life, yeah, you don't lay your hands on somebody else. Sorry. Let's keep going. The best fairness you can get is that I'll help you cover your story and help you get your shalaye out there. But yeah, nah, you can't put your hands on other people. Sorry.
You've been bullying me. You have been bullying me.
So what is fairness? You bullied me inside of DM on a phone. So let me put my hands on you when I get provoked. Fair is fair, right? No, that's not in real life. No, it is not. Keep your hands to yourself. Okay? Oh, that's how you people do. I don't like that. No, it's the same thing in Nigeria now too. Okay, they can just pick you up. You just say, hey, they arrested you, it's not fair or something. You can't keep your hands to yourself so that you don't come back and be shouting fairness.
You go explain because no evidence.
The rest of your messages me gbọ́dọ̀ gbé bọ́ta.
So she said DMs. She bullied you in DMs. She called you animalistic in DMs. Am I on Eniola's side here? No. Our own is coming to her. Because again, you know how they say you cannot teach people how to react. That's also very true. But the people that react also can go to jail. Just keep, you see, there's a theme here that we're following here for the past week or so, right? So you can react and go to jail because of your reaction. But it's true, we cannot teach you how to react. It's very, very true. But you can also lose everything you care about for reacting. You know, I think we can agree. Two things can be true at the same time. Since I'm not playing with you. I've never played with you. How did we get here?
The same way. Also the page and talk. Like the post lady.
Oh.
Very come and like godly lady.
See, that's how you went to somebody else's page.
Godly by. And she's beautiful.
Oh.
Who they also that comment say we want maybe kò bá ti má bí Ọpẹ́yẹ ní Ayọ̀lá nú tó yẹn. Tó bá jẹ́ pé ó ti ní àwọn couple of times that she has posted things and you have said, oh, well done, to ti or to ti tó bá continue couple of times to ti comment there to ti rẹ́rìn sí to oh Sherry.
She said you come to my page all the time. You never hit like. Some of you are like that. You come to my Instagram, you don't hit on like on my Instagram. My Instagram, go and look at my last 3 posts. It only has 3 likes. It's usually, let me tell you right now, it's usually, shout out to the mom of 5. The mom of 5. There's one other person I don't remember right now. Myself. That my Instagram, nobody sees it. Nobody sees it. You know why? Because you don't go there and you don't show me love. You don't show me love on my Instagram. The only thing you want to tell me is how my hair is receding backwards. That's all you ever want to tell me. May the Lord forgive you.
You know I
You just be swiping. You can't even double tap. You just swipe. Do you know how much evil somebody has to be for them to be following you and not double tap on your photo?
I've been doing like this. She has posted so many wonderful, nice content.
But you never liked it.
You know, oh, lovely, beautiful.
You just want to talk about her receding hair.
That's my key.
Body shame her.
Sorry. Until the day to jade.
She didn't use that wig by mistake that day.
And that was when you went straight.
Eniola, this is bad.
Body shape, man.
This is bad.
Fake body, yeah? Your body is fake. Oh, fake. Oh, fake.
Why is she talking about her fake body? Why? Wait. Is it that called body shaming? What is going on? Is that called body shaming? Oh, wait. 2 wrongs make it right now? Well, two wrongs can make it right too. Me too, I won't follow you. I won't double tap on your Instagram posts and your TikTok posts.
Okay, do shape bikini photo shoot. You can't open your body.
She says show your bikini photo. This is evil.
Your body is
we cannot pay evil back with evil.
Disgusting. Oh, what disgusting? Oh, fine. Eniola, ugly. Eniola, this is me without makeup. This is me. This is me without makeup. Filter go only cover ugliness here. But look what she for me last year. Give me public embarrassment. People now say.
Now keep in mind, there was a whole event. Let's be fair. I don't mind being fair once in a while. Let's be fair to Auntie Laide Bakare. There was a whole 2-3 hours event. We saw 20-second clip where she put her hands on somebody. Let's be fair. We didn't see everything that happened. So we cannot judge her. Okay?
Explain. Because no evidence.
I'm sorry. This life is not fair. In love and war, all is fair. You can go to jail for reacting, legit reaction to somebody who was bullying you inside of DM before. Yes, you can. And guess what that will be? Fair.
And the video is like I'm the bad one. Why do you want to damage my reputation? Why?
Why you want to damage my reputation? She said you are always boring and thorough.
Same way.
She said you always follow Davido around. Shout out to Davido. You using Davido's children, twins, to do content. That's why you guys fell out. She's talking to Eniola Badmus. There was something like that. There's a rumor like that out there.
You are so evil. Of course, they might
she said you're wicked. We
can't rule out the fact that people might just come after you, or people might just do stuff to make you aggravate unnecessarily because they just feel like. But not you and me. Even the brother with the issue. Maybe almost 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Eniola, what is the issue between me and you? Almost 25 years of.
Most homeowners have it somewhere in
there's
their
beef
house.
It's that. There's beef.
Not friends. Every time you are always calling me. Every time. I give more.
Anyway, so the point she's making here is that is not me. It was a reaction. That's the point that she's making. In real life, that excuse is not gonna fly, guys. Keep your hands to yourself always, please. Please keep your hands to yourself. It doesn't matter who you are, what gender you are. Keep your hands to yourself. If you're not ready for the potential that you might come out here and be crying wolf, fairness, and then the authorities will say did you hit that person? Yeah, but I didn't mean, but they started it first. Started what? Did they hit you first? Who hit first? You? Who else hit? Just you? It is you. It is you. Just FYI. But yeah, that I just wanted to highlight that, please, this reaction thing, because when we were covering the story, because I was still on a TikTok show yesterday, and it was a big point of contention. People were still arguing about she had the right to react. You can't tell people how not to react. She shouldn't have brought the picture to the internet, the video to the internet, all this blah blah blah. Your reactions are actions you're responsible for. Keep that at the back of your mind, especially now in social media era. People might have been bullying you. If you like, go and report cyberbullying, okay? But if you see them in real life and then you lay your hands on them, you're guilty, okay? You're guilty, and yes, you might end up losing everything that you care about. All right, so let's see here. MOP, you're really enjoying this amicable transition. I do sometimes. I do. Senate seat care. Absolutely no political experience. I'll leave that one on that party. Because what is this all about other than women BS? There's a lot of men. Actually, the TikTok I was on yesterday was men arguing with themselves, and somebody said, you can't tell people how not to react. It's like, yeah, you're right. You can't tell them how not to react, but however, we can as a society take them to jail for reacting a certain type of way if they don't keep that under control. Sometimes when former fat women get slim, they go to their true character because you can be fat and mean. Listen, true character is true character. It doesn't matter if you're fat or slim. It comes out. It comes out when you have small confidence. It can slip by mistake outside. Yes, that's an accurate thing. English is very hard, but hopefully you guys got the gist. The gist is very simple. Somebody remind me the gist while I move on to the other story. I'll be right back.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One loving up with another.
All right. Welcome back. There's a post that I'm gonna pull up right now. I'm gonna play a video. Let's go back. No, not that one. See my Instagram page. We have 493 followers. I barely get any likes. May God forgive us. No, I'm just kidding. I don't work the Instagram. There's some things I need to do with the Instagram pages. I don't do it because it's not that deep. And we'll get to it. Okay, but just know that my Instagram page is at man of prestige __. If you want to go follow over there, I kind of like reshare and share stuff as I go through my day. Let's see here. There's a post here on Jada Pinkett-Smith that I want us to cover. Where is Jada? Jada, where are you? Jada. Let's see. Normally I put this in a place where I can easily find it, but for some reason I can't find it right now. Okay, it should be under this post. All right, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. It's here somewhere. Let's see. Pardon me, guys. There's a video I want to play before I talk. Where is it? Oh my God. Jada. It's here somewhere. Did I take it out by mistake? 1 second, guys. Red table data. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. So you guys know who Jada is, right? Jada is wife to Will Smith. Will Smith is probably, arguably, the most popular Hollywood actor out there. And if you recall, over the last few years, it's been some drama here and there. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. So they keep getting dragged on the internet. You know, they're like the poster marriage, poster boy, poster girl married for. I see Will Smith, but that's not the post I'm looking for. What is this? Why is this so far away? Okay. All right, let me just search it. Maybe it will come up. Crazy. Interesting. I don't like keeping you guys hanging, so maybe I can calm down and then actually find it. All right, I found this. You guys probably saw it already before me, but I found it now.
Personally, I'm not mature. For me personally, I'm not mature enough to have a divorce. I'm just not. I don't think I would ever be mature enough. I don't. Because when you have to start going in, breaking up assets.
Yeah.
That right there.
When you start having to divide things, separate, cut off.
Let me tell you, that's when the red table turn upside down and it won't be red no more. This joke will be smashed in shambles. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I actually think it takes more maturity to stay together and redefine it.
All right, what do you guys think about that? Before we continue here, let's get into that story now. So she said she was too immature. Jada said she was too immature to file for divorce. And then the mother was saying, I would think that it's actually take more maturity to stay together. Does it take more maturity to stay together? It takes more maturity to stay together. True or false? Put a true in the chat if you think it's true that it takes more maturity to stay together, or it takes more maturity to leave. Because Jada is saying, I don't have the maturity level to leave, and she's still talking. Shout out to Shopper Helper. I see you. She seems like I'm following a different page on IG. Maybe my page is man of prestige __. But let me keep playing this. Hold on 1 second. There you go.
But that's a maturity I do have.
Yeah.
You understand? Like,
Hello,
I
Juliet.
know what I can do and I know what I can't. I actually have more maturity to figure it out within and work with what I got. I've seen people try to have some of the most friendly divorces, and it just, at some point,
it's still painful.
It's still painful.
It's still painful.
She was like, well, why don't y'all just divorce? One of the ideas for me is that we've built such a beautiful community. We've built such a beautiful family. And
somebody said, you built such a beautiful family, but you must stay together. What do you mean?
our survival, we do well together. And then breaking that group and community up for me, it's just never an option. I was just like,
never an option.
No subtraction. Right. And if you need to add, go right ahead. But I don't see the necessity.
Subtraction. That's a good point. Because
For me personally, I'm not mature enough to have a divorce.
I'm not mature enough to have a divorce. Let me look at some of these comments. Somebody said at the end of the day, neither of them will leave each other. So let's just stay out of rich folks' business. All right. Somebody said basically she's in love with the lifestyle and not him. Jesus Christ. She said family and community will build together. Okay, but let's continue. You know, social media have their own brain. So if you really love someone, you can't stand the thought of them with someone else. So if that doesn't pain her to have people into the relationship, but dividing the assets does, that's not maturity, that's toxic. She literally just said that. But as you can see, semantics is one of the issues on social media. You know, if I use your English and I agree with you, you go still get problem with them. Anyway, free that man. Somebody said free that man. Miss Jada, for that matter, said free that man. So I'm not sure she thinks before talking. Actually, there's a lot of things that they said. I think there's a lot of lessons we can get out of it. But obviously, how you apply it to your personal life will vary from people to people. But there's a lot of wisdom in what every one of them just said. So y'all must have forgotten Will had many indiscretions at the beginning of their marriage years ago. Selective outrage. Also, Will is not a hostage. You see, the thing is that men, according to our society, they're allowed to move mad a little bit. As long as, you know, even bring a baby home sometimes. Women will allow men to get away with that before they allow a woman to do that. That's the society we live in, right? Is it unfair? Yes. Is it double standard? Yes. Should it be that way? No. Is it that way? Yes. Will is a willing participant, considering he can still divorce her regardless of what she's saying. Absolutely. He can divorce. But you know, women, if you allow women, men are the victims. Listen to what I just said. If you allow women long enough, men will become the victims, which doesn't help us men, because we actually can't afford to buy into that. We can't, because that's not the reality. We can't play the victim as men, okay? The outcome of that is terrible, it's bad. It's not the good that comes out of a man playing a victim, okay? It's not good for him, it's not good for his family, it's not good for the community he's building. But that's why I laugh sometimes when... Let's just keep it moving. So, it makes it more difficult to divorce, but it can happen. All right. Somebody says, so pretty much it's just a marriage of convenience and not love. Poor Will Smith. That's a way to oversimplify what they're saying. Let's see what they're saying again.
I'm just not. I don't think I would ever be mature enough. I don't. Because when you have to start going in, breaking up assets.
Yeah.
She said, well, you have to go in and break up assets and all that kind of stuff. All that. The point she's making is that divorce is harder than actually the work that we ask people to do inside of marriage oftentimes. That's the point that she's making. Okay, now you can look at what we know about them, the August, Asina, and all that kind of stuff, and then you can make it about that. You'll be right. But I think if we remove that, I think a lot of times marriage, right, the work that we ask people to do on their marriage is actually easier than the work they have to do. It's usually easier, not always. Some people don't need to be inside of a marriage, but it's usually easier. And I'm using the word usually intentionally, okay? Because honestly, what we're running away from is inevitable in life. It doesn't matter if you're inside a marriage or not. It's called conflict. And when it happens, do you know what to do with yourself and your relationship? Most people don't, okay? In fact, a lot of people's natural reaction to conflict is to run, flight, run away from the situation, hide in a corner, right? Have you even done the assessment to know if that's your personality, if that's part of who you are as your temperament? No. But you know what? It's easier to point fingers and just run away from my problems. The problem is my problems follow me everywhere I go. Like it's like my shadow everywhere I go. That's really what they're saying. So she's saying that dividing all this work, dividing the family community is actually a difficult thing. Can we argue with that? We can't argue with that unless we want to make it about August Asina. Well, isn't it better to divorce than to go and sleep with August Asina? Not necessarily. I know. Remember today we're talking about cheating a little bit. Okay? Not necessarily. Sometimes it's actually easier to cheat. Sometimes it's easier to do the wrong thing. See? Wrong, but it's easier because you're hoping it's just a quick fix. It will go away. You're hoping it's just indulging small. Sometimes it's easier to go and eat that ice cream at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night than to wait it out that night, drink some water, eat groundnut, and wake up and go to the gym. Is it not easier sometimes? Sometimes it's easier to cheat on yourself. How much more another human being?
That right there, when you start having to divide things, separate, cut off.
Let me tell you, that's when the red table turned upside down.
So they're also talking about how it is not easy to be going through a bitter, painful divorce with another person and not see them as your enemy, right? Because at the very minimum, one person is hurt. At least one person is super hurt that your loyalty is not what they thought it was. Yes, you have your reasons why you're leaving, but they are hoping that we can walk through this. And you said, I'm out. Or flip it on the end, right? You can't handle being with this person for the rest of your life. It's unfair to you. It's punishment for you. You don't get to enjoy your life. So you want to leave. So you are expecting them to be gentle with you and just accept their fate and just move on. And then they are looking at, are you mad? Like, I'm going to drag you in this courts. But you'll be dragging our children too. No. I'm going to drag you in this courts. Right? I'll drag you with alimony. I will drag you with child support. I will drag you with everything I can find. No, it's not really me dragging you. Actually, I'll just rather walk away. But my lawyer saw that you were hiding some money. My lawyer noticed that you've cheated me out of the last 5 years of my life. And what I'm about to do is unfair to me and my children. So my lawyer advised me that I must drag you with No. They didn't use that language. They just said, don't be unfair to yourself, right? So the lawyers kind of take control of the conversation. And then you sleep over it and you're like, I don't really want the drama. I just want the divorce and be moved. And the lawyer said, yes, I know, but don't worry, we'll handle the rest. The lawyer is looking at your husband, your ex-husband's money, and he said, all that money, let's stretch this out. See, there's a lot that goes into it at this point. It's probably a lot more difficult than conflict handling, than doing work on yourself first before you even try to worry about conflict handling. But you won't see that up front. Because guess what? It's easier to run away. The maturity, right? The maturity. Which maturity are we talking about? To leave or to stay? Which one? Now there's confusion.
And it won't be red no more. This joke will be smashed in shambles. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I actually think it takes more maturity to stay together and
She said it takes more maturity to stay together. And Tony Braxton is there like, wait, I've done it a couple of by the way, Tony Braxton was married last year. She filed for divorce 2 weeks later, but they're still together. She withdrew the petition, the marriage. So she's now officially, according to reports, married to what's his name? Birdman. All right. Let me finish up the story so we can move on.
redefine.
But that's a maturity I do have.
She said that's the maturity I do have to stay together. Now, it does sound a little funny when we think about August Asina. What do you think at this point? Just, I think there's a lot of lessons there, Sha. Movie says toxicity, toxicology, toxic. Because that's the question that I'm asking on the thumbnail, as a matter of fact. Toxic love? Right? True. Somebody said true. The real question I want to ask you, do you have enough maturity to do self-work that you need before you worry about the marriage, before you worry about the relationship? One of the hardest things for human beings to do is to do the self-work. And there's about 2,000 different excuses that we have that we're not just going to do the work necessary on ourselves. And they're all legit excuses, by the way. They're all valid excuses. Okay, but that's my question for you. Which side are you on here? Is this toxic love? Is this toxicity? So that's my question for you. Without any further ado, we're just going to move on to the other stories. I'll be right back.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
All right, welcome back. Do me a favor, if you're just coming in and you haven't hit the like button, let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's talk about Jude and Paul and Peter Okoye P-Square. Let's talk about them real quick before we run through the rest of the stories. Hit the like button. Do me a favor. Let's get the likes up to at least 11 if it's not already up there. Let's get the likes up to at least 11. Yeah, we have 6 likes. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's get the likes up to 11. Can we do that right now? Let's get the likes up to at least 11 and then we'll continue. We want to talk about let's talk about Paul P-Square, Paul Okoye, Jude Okoye. They're in the news. They're in the news, of course. Let's hit the like button. I got it up to 7. Let's get it up to 11, guys. Let's get the like, share. Let's do that. I told you guys I suck at doing this work. But if we're creating content, we got to get the likes up, guys. We have to get the likes up. I got 8. Can we get that up to 11, guys? 11. We got 8. We got 8. 1 hour don't pass. I refuse. I'm not dropping the link. Let's get the link. Thank you, Jared Marriott. Thank you. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. I dropped the link. Come on, guys. We got 8 now. If you hit the like button as you come in, we'll get more people on the platform. Oh, that's just a reality. And so we're just hitting like just now. 2 people just came in. That's the way it works. I mean, it's one of the ways it works. So let's get the likes up to 10. 10. Let's get it up to 10. Guys, there are 2 people watching and they didn't hit the like button. I don't understand. No be juju be that. No be juju be that. I've been a witchcraft. Which one are you?
No be juju be that.
You're watching and you don't hit the like button. That's witchcraft though. Come on, guys. We've got some other stories to cover. And I've got the 7 factors to consider if you're trying to know if people cheat or not. Yeah, it's witchcraft. So I'm going to leave those 2 people alone. Let's keep it moving. So Peter Paul Okoye, they've been in the courts again. Apparently, as of yesterday, they said they've been dragging each other because of royalty. We've covered their story here. But P Square is it's the biggest group ever out of Nigeria. Afrobeats, P Square. Now they do solo, that nice stuff. They do solo not just because they want to be solo. These are actual twin brothers. Okay. And they have an elder brother who was their manager, and there's been mishandling of money. And EFCC, the crime agency, Nigerian crime agency, is now investigating Jude for misappropriating their funds, their money, starting companies, hiding money away from one of them, which is Peter. The one with the low cut is Peter, and taking sides with Paul, the one with the long dreads, locks, the one with the locks, and stealing money away from him. So he's filed some cases, petition with EFCC, and he has some interesting things to say about, when it came out. So yesterday he testified against his family in court, and it's a sad thing to watch. To be honest with you, it's a very sad thing to watch. there's a lot of speculation that it's the women in their life that had created this kind of thing. I beg to differ. Men must be men. First step first, you don't get to give some weirdo excuses as a man. Sorry. I won't take it. I don't accept it. Personally, I don't accept it. Who am I to not accept it? Just me. I don't accept such excuses from men. It's part of your responsibility to keep your house in order. What's the point of saying that? Because people in your life, your children, your wives, the women, your mother, some of them will create chaos sometimes. That's called life. Okay. So now for you to turn around and say that's the reason why you can't keep your house in order to the point that you're dragging each other in court. No. You have more work to do. Get back to work. So anyway, there were reports that he testified against his own family in court. So I'm reading this on Linda EKG blog official. It says alleged 1.38 billion naira fraud. Peter Okoye testifies against his brother Jude Okoye in court. The EFCC, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, on Monday, April 14th, presented Peter Obumuneme, powerful name, huh? Okoye, as his first witness against Jude Chigozie Okoye, his elder brother and former manager of Paul and Peter Okoye, aka P Square, before Justice A. Oweye of the Federal High Court sitting in Ikoyi, Lagos. At the resumption of the court proceedings on Monday, April 14, Peter, while being led in evidence by the prosecution counsel, Aso Laris Peter, said, and I quote, the group P Square started sometime in 1997, but in 2017, those are like 20 years later, 20 years later, it was disbanded. We stayed apart for about 5 years. But in November 2021, the group came back. Before Jude became our manager, we had several managers, including Chioma Ugochi, who managed us when we were in the secondary school and in the university, and the late Bayo Odusami of Umbutu Music, who managed us for 5 years. Thereafter, my twin brother and I managed the band for a couple of months before we decided that he, Jude, would manage us and Northside Entertainment Limited. So we continued running our business, but we were always having issues about how he was running the business. The issues were mainly about the fact that he was the sole signatory to all our bank accounts in EcoBank, Zenith, and FCMB. These issues lasted for a couple of months. I didn't have access to the account until the current Minister of Aviation, Mr. Festus Keyamo, SAN, who was our lawyer, said we needed a sharing formula. While giving further evidence, he recalled an incident when the brothers were building their houses in Ikoyi, saying, and I quote, the funding of the house project was by Northwest Entertainment Limited, but they just stopped financing my house for 6 months. The accounts were owned by the company, while Jude was the only signatory to all the accounts. At some, I approached him and my twin brother Paul to know why they stopped financing my project. But what I heard from them was, as you leave P Square, you leave the money. Oh, that is crazy. That's crazy. So basically, they were maltreating him, according to him, allegedly maltreating him with regards to the money. Okay, now Family Feud is a tough one. It's very hard to chime in because the people that claim to be the victim, they are the only one that know what they went through, right? Did I just read, as you leave P Square, you leave the money? Jesus Christ. That's so. Now, how can you guys allow Jude to be the sole signatory to the account? I think they were younger at the time too, and they thought family was the issue, right? Let's see. I love it when people stand up for their right. Leave blood one side first and trash the issue fair and square. See, that's a stranger talking. A stranger will advise you to leave blood and first trash the issue. Unfortunately, that's part of the issue. As an eldest brother in the family, you've successfully disappointed your younger brothers. You were meant. Now, here's the issue. Paul is basically on the side of Jude. So it's not as simple as, it's basically his word against two other brothers. Okay. So, which I think is okay that they're in court, but I think it's sad at the same time. Again, two things can be true at the same time. So Peter came onto the internet, and of course, when these things go on like this, it's not always easy to it's not easy to just say, let me face my face and, you know, leave blood aside. You will always have the need to do what? To explain, because no evidence. So Peter came and to the internet to come and tell us that he said, don't let family be the reason you are drowning in silence. I did for over 20 years plus, and it almost cost me everything. But now I know better. Love doesn't manipulate, loyalty doesn't betray, and family does not steal from you. Family that steals and breaks you isn't family at all. Real family doesn't drain you, shame you, discriminate against you, or ignore your pain. Eesh. That sounds deeper than this issue, to be honest with you. My sanity matters. My mental health is a priority. If it costs my mental health, then it's too expensive. I have to agree with that, you know. I have to agree with that. So I just love this internet, just waiting to see all the same people to switch once something else comes up. Crazy people everywhere. Family is not blood though, it's by loyalty. Just do you. No, I think the real answer is somewhere in between, because at the end of the day, Paul, who is also a twin brother, is not taking sides with him. He's just by himself against two other brothers. Now, did they mishandle money? I know for a fact that they mishandled money. I know for a fact that I don't know for a fact, but my conviction is that Jude mishandled money, and they mishandled each other, they maltreated each other, and he's the victim because it's like 2 against 1. He definitely feels like they ganged up against him, which is right now why he's doing what he's doing. There's also, like I said, there's connection to their wives. I think at one point, I think they were being managed somewhat by the wife of Peter. So there might be marriage / in-law issues. So it's not as simple as just money, just trash family. It's not that simple. But the only thing I would advise Jude and Paul. My advice to Jude and Paul is to find a way to draw their brother closer, because this idea of the other person, and in reality, yes, she's probably playing the victim, but I would like, family is everything. I hate to bust social media and Jay-Z's bubbles. Family is everything. Just because you have dysfunction in your family does not mean you get to come and tell us that loyalty is family before family. That's you arguing with your destiny. The reality is that all families, every single family out there has a dysfunction in it that you don't want to be comparing yourself or your own family to theirs. You probably should, if you know what is going on in other people's family, you will feel blessed being inside of your own family. Okay, and that's something that a lot of people just don't understand. The reality is that the public, social media, they don't care. They still don't care. Okay. Eventually, at some point, you see what you're seeing, the pain you're going through right now, your emotions, their feelings, they're temporary, right? You're going to get to a space later on in life, you're going to crave your own personal sense of identity, which is usually attached to the family where you came from. Okay. That's the general rule. There are some exceptions. There are some people that will just lock it out and they say, that's it. It is what it is. Okay. But for most people, for most of you watching me, don't play that game. Okay. Find a way. Find a way. Do everything in your power. Okay. To understand your family, and just know that there's dysfunction in every family. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me drop the link so that you can feel free to come up. I particularly disagree. You can love family from afar. And now, absolutely, you can love. I agree with that. Remember, I said two things can be right can be true at the same time. Actually, more than two things can be true at the same time. You can love a family from afar, but if it's public like this, you are essentially trying to replace your family with social media. It can feel good in the short term. It can feel like a safe zone for a short term, but the public don't care. I hate to bust your bubbles like that. All right, so yeah, I'll take you when you come in, but let me move on to the story, to the other story. Hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. Let's move on.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
All right, let's talk about this lady. I generally avoid her story, but I thought today might be a good time to share a lesson with you guys on Blessing CEO, your own favorite relationship expert, an IVD, and Bimbo. I'm going to play this video. Let's play this video and then we'll come back.
Baby, you should let me love you.
All right, I won't play the music because, but just watch that video. Let's see. So if you recall, about what was that, 3 years ago, probably 2 years ago or so, I covered a story here. The story of Bimbo and IVD, right? I covered that story right here on YouTube. It was basically a young lady, Bimbo, who got into a serious basketballs, physical violence between her and her husband, and before you know it, she died. She passed on. She was burnt. It was a very weird story to watch at that time. This was about 2 years ago. You can see it right here. I covered that story about 2 years ago here. That video has about almost 2,000 views here. All right, so at that time I didn't even know about them, but as soon as she passed, the story went viral. And then I was looking through the story. I noticed that they have history of physical violence. That's IVD and Bimbo, and she passed on at that time. So that video, I'm looking at it right here. It says 2 years ago. Let me see the actual date. The date was October 12, 2022. Yeah, a little bit over 2 years ago. So we covered that story back then, and it's till today. If I see any kind of story like this, it's always a weird situation, because I'm like, Jesus Christ, at what point did you know that it's okay to back off of a relationship? So at that time, I think she would come on TikTok. She would do like skits. She had her own page. She was doing skits. She was doing videos, dancing videos with her daughter, with her children. So she had moments on TikTok. I'm talking about Bimbo now. She had moments when she was very lively, but then she also had some series of videos where she came and cried out that this guy actually beat her up. It looks like they were in a very violent situation. They were beating each other up. That's what it looked like, actually. But eventually they got into this fight. They put out, I guess somebody started a fire in their apartment, in their house in Lagos, and then she got burnt all over. They started carrying her around different hospitals, and she passed on. And this guy was actually bruised as well. There was a video out there. I'm not going to go through those videos again. There's a video out there of him saying, look at what she did to me, look at what she did. Bottom line, it was a very, very violent situation. Okay, and that man, I think even up to today, I think there's a case in court. I actually think there's a case in court still. So at that time, this young lady, Blessing CEO, I think before that, she went viral for showing up somebody's houses as her house on the internet. She was taking picture in front of somebody's house and she got arrested, and the video went viral for posting a video of just trying to chase clout on the internet, you know. And that's how she came to the limelight. So she hibernated for a while, and then she came out and she started trolling. Any chance she gets, she trolled. She called herself a relationship expert. There's been videos that she said things that make sense. Even a broken clock can be right at least twice a day. No, a broken clock is right at least twice a day. So the fact that somebody says something that makes sense when it comes to relationship topics, it doesn't amount to anything. Or the fact that sometimes they say, you don't have to be married before you make a good marriage advice. It's true, but it doesn't amount to anything. Well, you guys that follow me here, I've said a few things a couple of times. There's a pattern here. You know, some rhetorics that I say that you don't agree with. You know, some things that I say that you agree with. So with that being said, I think it's quite interesting. I see you, Uncle Patrick. I'll come to you very soon, sir. Right? So this young lady, she started as soon as I don't think it was more than a few months after Bimbo passed on, and she started trolling the dead. She started trolling Bimbo, the woman who passed on after engaging physical violence with her husband. This guy called IVD, who was also a socialite in Lagos. He was a car dealer, all that kind of stuff. So they were together for, I think, 20 years, between 15 and 20 years, for a long time, since she was a teenager, since Bimbo was a teenager. So they had their story and everything at that time. So suddenly, Blessing CEO started trolling the dead. She started make some of the point that you notice anytime you see me push against women here, it's usually because I want them to stay in their lane when it comes to teaching men how to be men, or overly sympathizing with men. If you want to sympathize with men, just thank you, okay? But you could never know what it means to be a man, okay? In terms of what's at stake of being a man, you don't know, right? So it's cute to sympathize with men, but if you're coming from the angle of our men today, if you overly do it, I will listen. I'm listening, but I'm listening, okay? But thank you, okay? But men must be men. Men cannot afford to play the victim. But she was doing that with that story where, she was saying, Bimbo too. She did this, she did that. I forgot the full detail. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is that eventually she came out, she said she started dating this guy. And now, as of today or so, she's made this announcement that they are now engaged. A part of me kind of feel like, okay, it might be the clout chasing that she's been doing from day one, taking pictures in front of people's house. But some people can actually be mad enough. A part of me, I don't like when people are celebrating something like engagement, they're married, or they are celebrating a relationship. I like to celebrate them with them. I don't like to say things ahead of them. I don't want to assume the worst case scenario ahead of them. But some things are just too much. I can back it up. I can say, no, I said that this one is not going to last. This one is going to end in disaster. It's a bad idea. It's a crazy idea. These two people are crazy. This is not one of those moments where you just, I'm saying with my full chest, right? That this is fundamentally a good example of a bad foundation. If you're looking for the best examples in the world, see, we don't often found, this is not a very common opportunity of a bad foundation. See, a lot of time people will see people dating, people just being people, or people going through crisis in marriage, and the first thing they will say, maybe they had a bad foundation in marriage. I said, no, they're just going through crisis. Every marriage will go through crisis. Every single marriage will have crisis. All right, but if you're looking for a very scarce opportunity for bad foundation, IVD and Official Blessing CEO is an example of it. Okay, That's what you're looking at. As you can see, a lot of people are celebrating them. Oh, I double tapped it too. I celebrate them. But that doesn't mean we're not going to point this out. Okay, I want you to see this and write today down. Okay, I can actually be wrong. I saw somebody posted somewhere. I think, I'm not sure if okay, yeah. Somebody said, this kind of relationship. This somebody posted on Today Not Here. A Dr. Morula says, this kind of relationship usually lasts. If IVD carry knife, blessing will break bottle. This is the kind of union that produce a child like Portable. It sounds like a joke. Shout out to Portable. But let me bring Uncle Patrick to come and speak about this. Uncle Patrick, sir. How are you, sir? Uncle Patrick, you're unmuted now, but I can't hear you. Maybe the mic is bad.
I hear me.
I can hear you now, yes.
Oh, man.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
So when I just look at that story, some girls or ladies are crazy. Or like, can you believe it? A member of my family too. I've intervened in such case that you can't do it. But this person just blocked everybody.
Okay, the blocking people from family.
Yeah, concerning what Blessing CEO.
Oh, Blessing CEO, IVD and Bimbo, yes.
Yeah, so you can't do this to this person. You can't go ahead and marry. This person just, I at first said, when you cancel somebody and say, well, there are some people in few months I'm not going to talk to them. Like, are you kidding me? So somebody now called me and said, well, this person refused. She's been calling. And I tried to call the person to find out, like, wow. So what I'm trying to say, some people are mean.
Yes, this is wickedness.
They will do what they want to do, Ola. They will do what they want to do. They don't care what social media is going to say, what family is going to say. And that's so bad. Especially if that person has children.
Yes.
I don't know how the children are going to look at it. Maybe when they are young, then when they grow up. No, it doesn't make sense. Some people are mean, especially some of these ladies that are desperate of marrying somebody. They don't care.
Yes.
They don't care. Apart from this guest own, any woman that think, I don't care, this man is a married man, I'm going to go for him. Well, I don't care about the wife.
The I don't care. The I don't care syndrome.
Yes, it's not good. That person doesn't have a conscience.
Yes.
At all.
Yes.
I can't believe this lady will go for him. That lady that comes out beginning to talk.
In this period, he still has cases in court. He's not exonerated. There's like, why? What kind of clout are you chasing?
What is she? Who is she? Who is she counseling? Who is she advising about relationship? Who is she? Hola.
Apparently, according to their story, I think she also repeated it. Let me see if I can find it. He was a client. He sorted her out for advice on as a therapist. So suddenly now she's been flaunting. She's been flaunting him. I'm looking at him like, okay, this one is a joke, but whatever.
I thought she was a responsible lady before, because the way she presents herself.
She's never been responsible, sir. She had moments. Maybe you didn't know the beginning of her story. She's never been responsible in terms of her public persona. She claims to be somebody else behind the scenes, but she's never been responsible.
Is this real? Ola, is it real?
It could be a skit. They're kissing in the mouth and everything.
Wow.
And but that's the see them? That's IVD. That's the same IVD with that story 2 years ago. He's still dealing with his wife that passed on in his hands in the middle of their basbos, of their actual physical violence.
Even in a good time, some people, once they remarry, they block out of social media, you know what I mean? Just to keep themselves. But this one even is even flaunting it. It's showing it as if.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to give. I like giving people the benefit of the doubt. I don't like judging people in general. But there's some things that are just like you cross the line. But I still give her the benefit because I don't know her personally. Okay, but from what I can see as a public persona, this is an example of a terrible foundation. Nothing good last will come out of this. Short term, yes. Is it possible that I'm wrong? Yes, because honestly, we don't know the background story of everybody. Some people were born into families where people destroyed families, destroyed the whole generation, the whole race.
Yes, that's the word.
So,
that's the right word. Destroying a family, jazzing them. The man should, the wife should go with the children. The man should forget his own family. You are right. Anybody that destroy a family, that's the key word.
Yep. And people were born into that family and they turn out to be good later on. So I don't know. I'm not making an outright joke. I'm just saying, if you're doing this, if it ends badly, it's true. It will end very badly. If it ends badly, it will end very badly. You just like to come into people's world and turn it upside down and just, or be in the name of cloud. So we're also in an era, let's talk about social media, where people say, you have to be controversial. If you want to get your words out there, you don't want just 10 people watching you live. You have to be controversial. I get that all the time.
Oh, this is not the right thing to do.
Right? You have to your life. You're always. It's okay. All right. Let me bring the value to my 10 people, to my family. Let's do it slow but steady.
Yeah, slow and steady win the race. Allah, you don't have to.
Yes.
Follow the crowd, man.
So there's a part of us that's doing this social media thing that she thinks just be controversial. You don't want to be, and then so and again she said some things that made sense in terms of the relationship expert thing, but that doesn't mean anything because even the broken clock is right at least twice a day. That doesn't mean anything. You have to look at you don't have to look. The example that people set is the message. Is the only message that lasts long. It's not what they say. Okay? It's the example that they set. She said, let me tell you how we met again. As he walked into my office, his perfume and aura caught my attention. Who be this guy? We get buga for body. I looked from my balcony. I see a security man stand. I shake head. Now Lagos big boy, yo. I rush compose. Stood up from my seat and walked to him in the couch and said in all boldness, forget noise and cho-cho-cho. IVD fine, tattoo, composure, clean, cute. Him come they shine teeth. I don't fall at first sight, I no go lie. I tell myself, this guy, where have you been since? My name is Okoro Blessing in Kiruka. He replied, I know. I've been following you for a long time. So I asked, tell me everything, and I saw the vulnerability, the brokenness, the pain he was hiding behind that smile. He did not talk too much. He said to me, they said I am an illiterate. I don't know how to talk. I am very shy. And I said to him, IVD, I will teach you. Give me the microphone. I will speak for you. That was the beginning. I told my PA, Priska, I like this guy. He gets swag. He smells nice. My PA said, Mama, I dare your back. Trust me now. If I want it, I go for it. And the rest is history. Relationship expert, we don't get relationship. They tell you, say, shoot your shot. But if bullets touch you, chest time. That's what she's doing. She's saying, I did this with my full chest. Wait till you go do. That's what she's doing. Okay? It's not about her. It's about the vulnerables. It's about the gullibles that would think, and you want to move mad. It doesn't end well. I'm just warning you right now. Yeah. So she told the story there. Let me see. She's telling more stories somewhere else. No, she's just posting pictures. So there you have it. That's your relationship expert in Nigeria. But anyway, there's cloud chasers in Nigeria right now because people are angry. The same reason why they're putting their money in CBEX. They're also thinking they can use social media to change their life around. Let's write this down today. There's a lot of people on social media Okay, they're very popular right now. They have all the clout, all the platform. They have the followers. They have the influence. Okay, they are what you call money misroad. They don't know what to do with themselves. Okay, anyway, anything that moves that fast does it only lasts for 5 to 10 years, tops 10 years. Okay, after that 10 years, they usually don't know what to do with themselves. Depression sets in. It's bad. It's usually bad. Okay, there's some exceptions to the rule. A person that really said what I'm trying to say best, I'm going to play a video right now, sir, and I want you to speak to it, then we'll move on to Davido. Right, one person that really said this very well is Will Smith. Will Smith said something. Let me play. There you go. I have it. Listen to this.
Rock bottom, that when you hit rock.
Remember, I talked about rock bottom a lot. Will Smith is saying something else here that I want you to pay attention to.
People talk about rock bottom, that when you hit rock bottom is when you'll make a change. But there's a corresponding place that I call cliff top, right?
Like you could be too high.
Where you get so high that you realize literally none of the stuff can make you happy. Right. After you can get to the end of the material world. You get to the end of money. You get to the end of sex. You get to the end of fame. You have so much, and then you like go off of a cliff into the same kind of abyss that you'd be scared of slipping into at rock bottom. Right. Where life loses all of its ability to sustain and please you. Right. And then the only thing that's left, the same thing at rock bottom, the only thing that's left at cliff top is you have to find what you're actually looking for, and what you're actually looking for is you. You're looking for you. You're running around. Right? When you like a woman and you like being with a woman, it's because you like how you feel. Right. You like what's happening inside of you. When you have money, it's like, yeah, it's cool to buy things, but it's not the money. You like how you feel inside. Right. It's unleashing a feeling inside. And at rock bottom and at cliff top, what you have to learn how to do is generate that feeling without anything external. You have to learn how to like you so much that you like being alive so much that you bring positive energy that's not generated by stuff, right? Because stuff is coming and going. Right. Like people are coming and going. Everything you have and everybody you love is going to rise and fall in your life. The place that we have to find is a spiritual place where we are good with us. We trust us. I trust myself. I trust God, and I trust life, that whatever happens, I'm going to make happy out of it.
All right. So did he finish?
I don't need specific things to happen. People talk about.
All right. So the specific part about it is the beginning of it, where you talk about when you go so high. I talked about the rock bottom a lot. When you go so high, what do you have to say to that, sir?
Wow. What he said, this morning, Ola, as I was taking my shower.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be spiritual.
That's okay.
Yeah, the case of Nicodemus, that was what came to my mind. From John chapter 3. The Bible says he went to Jesus at night. And he was a member of the Supreme Court of the Jude something. Yeah. So, the Holy Spirit was mentioning to me that if I should meet a man as a trillionaire, billionaire that has money, what will I have? And he asked me, Patrick, ask for anything, I will give it to you. Allah, I just said it's not going to be me. The only thing I would tell that millionaire is to know Christ, has to be born again. Yes. Because if this man gives me everything I want and this man die in sin without knowing Christ, I've not gained anything. And this is where this guy went to with what's it called? With
Will Smith. That's how far he went. High,
Yes.
all the women, all the money, all the fame he can think of, and then everything crashed and burned with one slap.
He said you have to get to a state of being spiritual. You understand?
Yes, he did. He said that.
Yes, that you pray.
That's all you need.
That's all
You're looking for you. You're looking for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know why you are talking about you can't touch somebody when you talk about that lady, those two ladies. Yeah, that was it came to my mind. It's crazy that this guy just went and touched this man.
Yes, Laide, Bakare and Eniola Badmus.
Yes.
Yeah.
This man
That was it. That was
when
it.
he went during the Oscar.
During the Oscar, that's the same example, sir.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All the excuses, it was being thrown by the whole world, but it's not good enough to touch another person.
Yes, that's why his case just came to my mind.
Yes. You have to check your anger. So it's still following the same thing today.
Yes.
That's a good point, sir. That's a very good point. Yeah, you have to put your emotions in check. When you have money, fame, pride, when you're so high, when you have so much power, it's a bad idea. And then forget that. If all you're doing is chasing fame, you're chasing clout at all costs, you will do something so stupid.
Yeah.
IBD is a human being. You're right. Somebody will be with him. But you're making noise with it. You are telling the rest of us that we're like, go and sit down somewhere. You don't know anything. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to play God in front of all of us.
How can you do that in such a world gathering where people are looking all over the world?
Yeah.
You stood up to go and slap somebody. That was too much.
Yeah. It's the same issue. So Will Smith was always a guy who we thought walked the straight line. So it's not even about just bad people. It's about emotions at the end of it.
Yeah.
Power, emotions, pride. Make sure that these things are in check. Make sure that humility also comes in different forms. There's certain types of humility that's actually pride, but holistic humility, right, where you know that you're so small in the grand scheme of things, but you're just enough. Just you is all you're looking for. If you know that, right, I think you have a better life in general, and everything else will blind you. Clout, fame, money, pride, power, it will blind you, or you become a slave to it. That's another angle, sir. When you become a slave, So hang in there, sir. Let me know. Let me see. Ice, shout out to Ice. Ice is one of the people that always show me love on Instagram. Try to control yourself no matter what. Better be called weak than rational, because you're not weak. Yep. Power, fame is very intoxicating. Yes, Adama. Yes, it will eat you up. Everything you care for, you won't see it coming. You will win a little bit, and then it will get in your head a little bit, and then it will tell you it will tell you subconsciously. It's not like no, I know when to stop. No, you don't know when to stop. Trust me, you don't know when to stop. You have to be super intentional about this. You will win a little bit, and then something will tell your subconscious that it will happen again. It's the same reason why you go and put money in CBEX, where you once more they say take your money out. They say let it go a little bit further, because you are watching at money in a dashboard is growing. It's not real money. It's just a dashboard on the screen of your phone. It's growing, so you keep telling the world that it's working until one day they move all the money to an Ethereum wallet somewhere. And then they tell you that the apps has collapsed. It's the same issues. All of these issues is two things: expectations, pride. It's the same issues. But of course, it's a lot more complicated. It's very complex when we start to apply it to personal people's unique lives and all this kind of stuff. So Adama says, and if you are African, especially in Nigeria, they will have common sense. No, forget common sense. Common sense. When emotions is at work. Like that Umpty CP, craving fame by all means. That's Cubana chief priest. Craving by all means, but forget those he lick. They are behind. No. Yeah. It's all of us will be humbled anyway. So it's not even about bad people only. All of us will be humbled with one experience or the other. So I'm just saying, let's just be guarded. That's all I'm saying. Let's be guarded as we're growing in our career, in fame. All these things are good things. Fame, platform, having a platform. You think I don't want to have a platform with 1 million people on it? You think I don't want to? Of course I want to.
Thank you for the video you did in your car. It was very.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you for being a part of it that day. Yeah, I will do more of that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. So anyway, so let's do this. We have one more story. Hang out with me, sir. I have one more story I want to jump into right now, and then I have to cover the 7 factors to determine the answer. Do all men cheat? I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold tight. I'll be right back.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
I'm gonna play. Let me see. Am I back? Yes, I'm back. All right. I'm gonna play a video. There's a video I want to play for Una. Davido was at Breakfast Club.
I'm pen and paper guy, and I'm motion.
I played a little bit of it the other day here.
Like a real.
So Davido is part of the face of the channel today, as we were talking about Two-Face, and Davido was the face, of us asking the question: do all men cheat? But the question I have right now is: Davido done cheating? So I'm going to play this a little small part of this Breakfast Club radio show in New York City and see what he says.
Happened too, so it's like I'll just be thinking about that too.
So I'm gonna come at you like a real, not no African, like a real American nigga. So
American, that's your language, Adama. This is how you guys speak in American.
Dada, you done cheating? Like it's done. Like you. I don't want to. I like American niggas. So. Dada, you done cheating.
You done cheating. So I thought it was the one volunteering the information, but apparently it wasn't the one. It was actually asked. But there's a way to the video. You have to prepare for this kind of questions. These are not the questions you answer directly. You prepare for them. It's still not the excuse to self-indict. Let's keep going.
Like it's done. Like you.
I don't want to. I know you hear me. I say I don't want any wahala.
No.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm on my envy swag right now.
All right, so if you don't know Envy, this is Envy, right? This is Envy right here. Envy was the guy who was years ago. Now it's been years ago, but that's part of the story. Him and his wife have told the story. He was cheating on his wife, and then he got caught red-handed. He apologized on radio. They live happily ever after. So of course, because of people like Envy, they will say men always cheat, But I see your Dama. I'll come right to you in a minute here, right? Because this is actually our last story. I think so, yeah. So that's Envy's story as well. So he said, I'm on my Envy swag right now. So Davido is saying he's repented. Okay, all right, shout out to him. People applaud him, But it's also a setup. If you disappoint them again. Yeah.
You can add more guys to the roster if you want to.
If I want to, but I don't.
Yeah, because
you too much wahala.
He said, if I want to cheat, but I don't. He said, too much wahala, right? So if you want to.
I have 4 baby. I have 4 kids. I have 5 kids.
5 kids.
4 women. With
4 women.
So you already know.
So you done. That's it. I want to go home.
I'm sweating already.
Okay, so he's sweating already. Okay, he's sweating already. All right. So that question, do all men cheat? It's almost like you want to ask, like, do all men cheat at some point, or eventually cheat, or at some point we cheat? Right? That's like that. So the question maybe can carry a lot more context than just one, right? Let's keep going.
In certain regions in Nigeria, you can have more than one wife.
Okay, so let's correct everybody once and for all. Polygamy is not the same thing as cheating. Polygamy is when with your full chest you say I want more than one woman, and You understand that that's a thing, and there are women out there that are actually absolutely fine with that. I think I saw a clip. I didn't watch the clip, but I saw in passing that Tokemakiwa is actually open to, allegedly, because I didn't really watch it, allegedly open to being the third, fourth, or fifth wife now. Once you hit 40, 42, and you're still looking for a husband, and you're a person of a certain means, that may be, there are women that are open to that, is the point. That's polygamy. That's not the same thing as cheating. It's in no way equal to each other.
Very reasons. It's like if you want to,
if you want, you just it don't have to be a religion. It don't have to be anything like you.
Okay, now for example, the eastern part of Nigeria, which is like the Igbos,
Igbo Kwenu.
A lot of situations.
Let me bring Adama up right now.
Niger Delta parts of Nigeria. I've seen a lot of situations where it's like multiple wives. Like my uncle that's the governor, he got 2 wives. You know what I'm saying? I have another uncle.
So the dancing uncle, the governor, he got 2 wives. I didn't know that. But yes, polygamy is a thing. You can practice it. Now, we can have a conversation around if it's advisable or not. That's the whole conversation around that. But it's a thing, and there's nothing wrong with it, right?
That all his wives live with him. Like, they be playing with each other, like in the crib, but he's Christian.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? So
how much money he got, though?
He's very rich.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But I mean that don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Shit over here, dude.
Davido is saying it doesn't mean anything if you have money, that if you don't want peace of mind, that it's probably a bad idea to be cheating. So he's right. But again, he better sit on that pedestal right there. Don't get off it.
But there's still wahala. Upon all the money, there's still wahala. Do you understand? I'd rather go and live with how my other guy is living. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because I've had bad experiences. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes experience is the best teacher. You feel me? I'm saying? Like, it's just never not worth it because.
So one of the experiences, I'm guessing, being him being caught on video, kneeling down and crying and begging the side chick somewhere, but or being dragged by Anita. Remember Anita? Tell Anita. Oh. You know that Anita that Anita that was dragging the video, like it was like almost 2 years ago now. So I think that's the bad experience. Some people they don't have the grace to do the wrong things for too long. They will cast.
When it happens, I know how many times when we was on the yachts in Miami, having the best time, and then when it happens, what you gonna be saying? Damn, I shouldn't have gone.
Yeah,
I should have stayed, man.
So after you don't commit, like I should have stayed my ass home. Now
the worst.
But
there's a video of me out there crying.
We're talking about that though. We're talking about
I'm
having
not cheating
another.
again.
No, not cheating. If you're able to have another wife under the.
If you're able to have another wife,
Would I?
Yeah.
No.
He said no, it's okay. My guy is cool. Anyway, is Davido done cheating? I have Adama on the stage. I have Uncle Patrick hanging out with me on the stage. Esa, first of all, before that's the question, I want to round up that segment so we can move on into let me just say this before I round up that segment, because I've got a conversation I want us to have here. Is Davido done cheating, right? Apparently he was asked, but there's a way to answer such questions. Now you might say, Ola, why can't he just answer like that? And I know that's what we're about to talk about, right? Because cheating is much more than just sexual relationship with somebody outside of your spouse, right? But it involves encountering certain behaviors outside of your spouse. That's cheating, right? Or without the consent of your spouse, outside of what you agreed to or what your covenant was involved, like whatever you signed up for in that covenant with your spouse, you're doing something entirely outside of it, right? Without their consent. That is cheating. Okay, the one that we highlight the most is when you enter somebody's kwekus by mistake without the consent of your wife. And I get it. I understand. It hurts badly because your territory has been encroached upon by your spouse and another person with the permission of your spouse. So I get that. So is Davido done cheating? I hope so. But then it's an example of is it impossible for a married man to not cheat? That was the original question asked by Zakli Soma. What's his name? I forgot his name. The skit maker. That was the original question. That is it possible for married men to not cheat? Is this even a possible thing, right? So I have what I call the sad truth that I want us to talk about today, because this conversation is not going to be as simple as just don't cheat, because I already agree with you on that. Nobody should be cheating. Nobody should be cheating, stealing, and lying. It's absolutely wrong, and you will collect if you do it. Okay, but why do people do it, knowing fully well that it's wrong? Oh, by the way, women cheat too. I know it's newsflash, but just so we put that there, you know. But is Davido done cheating? So let me read some of this comment, and I'll come to you, lady and gentlemen, Adama and Uncle Patrick. Let me see here. They already started in the chat. They already started with if you don't learn control early. Okay, we already passed that one. Ice, shout out to Ice. Saying he messed up. That was too much info about his wife. Listen, oh, the one where he's trying to sound like a gangster, you know what I'm saying? With that part, right? MOP, I don't understand. What should he say? I would probably first of all don't compare myself to DJ Envy. But people are done cheating when they actually realize it's not worth it. It's not because of their wife or biz to thrive. That's a good point, Ice. That's a good point. Davido can't stop. Voila. We don't know. We can't judge Davido. He might stop. He now owes the world, all of his monitoring spirits, to stop. So he did that to himself. So except if you grow up in that aspect, which is hard. Exactly, they are different. Daffy, I don't cheat no more. I think he stopped. Let's pray for him. Davido, you know nothing about Niger. Polygamy in Niger is not tribe or religion. I thought it was off with that one too. MOP, I tell every time family dynamics ask slot to play. I didn't get that. Davido family has women issues. Check all. Even his dad is single at this old age. Well, he's single because he's lost his wife, I thought. What do you mean? Did he have another wife after that? Davido mom had two boys and a girl. Their family and women 5 and 6. Women are beautiful. Don't get it twisted. Don't ever get that twisted. Women are beautiful. And I understand. Maybe, who knows? I think he has grown up. Exactly, Bumi. Right? Exactly. Actually, I'm rooting for him. Choma is not worried. Why shall I wonder? If you listen to this interview, Shoma actually dragged the shit out of him. He actually alluded to a lot of that. You know, let me get through this. Hold on one second. Where are we? Okay, there you go. He admitted cheating before and can, but because biz don't go well, I just wouldn't speak too much to the topic if I've been known to. I will continue. You know, Esa, help me here, sir. Maybe you can help me in English. Now go to Adama. Wanted to show you about for Obo Jenisa. Can you help me translate that to English, sir? Is there a way to do that, sir?
Okay, let me just. If God blesses you, you don't have to do a testimony. It's not testimony that. It's not a blessing that you testify about.
Yes. Testimony. Shout out to a video that Auntie B did this morning. That was a good video. Go watch it. A video that she did recently. It's about this testimony of a thing, you know. Yeah. But the question is not, is Davido done cheating? The question is, has he hit rock bottom, or does he see anything wrong in cheating? That's a good question. We're going to talk about that too. MOP, all those one are English. The cheating with Davido is sexual. We don't even know that. Does he have a sex tape out there or something? We don't even know that. What do you mean, Bumi? Bumi's like, no, we know. Stop. Anyway, so when out all these boys have women, the sponsor will be lonely. And it's not easy. You have a wife at home that you care about, and like you said, Ice earlier on, you've been there, done that. You can actually get into a space where you're content. Okay, but it's not because you're holier than thou. It's because you've been there, done that. You have a foresight that's not really a foresight. The foresight is not really a foresight because you actually seen it and you know that you can destroy your life doing it. You can destroy not just your life, but lives of other people, you know. Yes, lots of married men, women don't. Women. I enjoyed this interview. I can see some growth and himself accountable. Absolutely, it's a good one. Go watch it on Breakfast Club. He has to stop gallivanting around with those boys. Your network, we're going to talk about that too in a second here. We're going to talk about that. Women cheat more, but men own are known. High size. High size. You're speaking a lot. You have data. Women cheat a lot. More? I don't know. Women cheat a lot, just like a lot of women cheat, just like a lot of men cheat. More? That more is pregnant too. You have data. Share, please do share with your brother. Men of Prestige, which one is women cheat to? Which kind of whataboutism is this? I know, I'm sorry. I'm guilty. You got me there. No, he had a wife after, but it didn't work. Family dynamics have a lot to say. Okay, all right. So let's do this. Let me bring Adama, talk to me. How are you doing, my dear? How are you?
Good evening, man of Prestige. Good evening, Uncle Patrick. How are you guys doing?
Good evening to you. First of all, tell me everything that's on your heart, and then we'll get to the conversation.
I've been watching, I've been listening to everything you've been saying. I'm gonna start with the last video you played in regards to Davido as at the Breakfast Club, this thing. I've watched the video. Has Davido stopped cheating? My own personal opinion, no, he's not. Davido is still childish and naive. He's only rehearsing what his publicists have him say, and he knows his wife is listening. So at the end of the day, he has a lot of growing up to do, because you know why? Once you start getting caught, Davido has just rebranded himself when it comes to cheating. And I don't think people realize that before you sleep with any of these celebrities, you have to sign a NDA or something, if I'm not mistaken, where you cannot disclose anything that has happened. Like, you cannot come out in public tomorrow and say, oh, I had this. The thing with Ronaldo came to Vegas when he came to play. You know Ronaldo, the soccer player, right?
What do you mean came to? Do you live in Vegas? Do you live in Vegas?
No, she came. No. This is a known case. It happened.
Oh, okay, so okay. Because you said he came to, like you live there or something.
No. He came to Vegas. They met in Vegas.
Okay. I got you. That's what they met.
Yes, that's where they met. And she signed this after they had whatever happened. She went that same night, I believe how many hours, and filed something and said Ronaldo raped her. That she slept with Ronaldo because with, like, it was not her consent. In other words, but given that what she signed, Ronaldo, those things were able to be tossed out in court, and up to today, you don't hear about it. We don't speak about it. So for those that don't know, celebrities and even Nigerians, celebrities, Burna Boy, all of them, these people have mastered cheating. So if you ask me of the opinion, Davido, I don't know, what is he, in his 20s? Is he up to 30? I don't think so.
I think the video is about 30 or 31. I think it might be 30 or 31.
30. So, but knowing the family background, if you know,
he's 32. Davido is 32.
Yeah, if you know Davido's family background, you know that they like women, and there's nothing wrong with liking women. But this is one thing I want to say, and I want to put a caution on. In this era where he is, he's a famous celebrity. Remember what you just played about what's his name? Will Smith.
Yes.
About power. And I wrote in the comment section and I said power and fame does intoxicate. And I mistakenly word my comment. I didn't write it well. And I said, if you're in Nigeria, they don't have common sense to it. because the more famous they are, the more known they are drunk in power. They think they are immune to a lot of things they do. They feel they can see a woman, they can go to a club and they see a woman there's their type, they'll just tell their bouncer, bring her to the VIP because he's Davido. So let's be realistic. Do I think Davido has stopped cheating? No, the truth is Davido. If you want to know, if blood work can tell us the truth, the last time he had sex outside woman other than Chilma, please, I would love to do that blood work, and I can guarantee you with everything in me that blood work is going to come out that he's not being faithful. Yes.
So let me ask you this question then. Let me flip this question. Let me flip a question to you. Do you think he can ever stop cheating? Your opinion is that he hasn't stopped. Do you think even he can ever stop cheating?
He can stop cheating. Can I say something? Cheating is something. It has something to do with those you surround yourself with, and you have to have self-control. Self-control is a big thing. You have Brother Patrick here, you have your man of prestige. Man of prestige, I don't know your profession, but in my profession, do you know how many nice looking men I see all the time? My profession, I work with 85% male. Male. My profession doesn't have a lot of women in it. Okay. So, do you know how much successful men I see in my profession? And not just successful, men who are just looking to have a good time. So you have to learn to control yourself, even though that's where I met my husband. Yes, I met my husband in the OR. I've said that in Uncle Ben's show. At the end of the day, you as a person have to learn to have self-control. And I saw something, what is this person wrote in the comment section, that women do cheat more than men. That is so true. There is a data behind it. And man of prestige, I don't have my work. I'm in Boston, so I don't have my work laptop. Yes, there's a research that was done. Women do cheat more than men. The difference is women. You guys think that you're smart. Women are very smart at it, and they can outsmart you guys, and that's why they never get caught. Yes.
Wow. All right. Let me say this. About my number one here. Funny enough, has values and self-control here. But there's something I want to tell you about self-control in particular, right? Self-control is just as good as values, because they're actually different, but I put them together, right? They're just as good as the in-depth value that you have based from how you were raised, but also your personality, also many other factors that we're going to talk about here today. Emotional fulfillment. Your self-control is just as good as how fulfilled you feel emotionally, what kind of boundaries you have around you. Self-awareness is also key. There's a lot of people claiming self-control that don't necessarily have the self-awareness, or also they haven't been put in a position where all of that gets questioned, right? And also communication, which I'll talk about in a section in a second here, right? But I think self-control is probably the least of all of them. I think we should have self-control, but I think there are other factors that actually controls self-control itself. But we'll talk more about that. Thank you so much for that, Adama. I think it's still, nonetheless, it's very, very important, as you can see. Yeah, Uncle Patrick, sir, what do you have to say about this Davido of a thing, sir? Has it stopped cheating, in your opinion? If you were just to guess, because allegedly.
Let me first of all give Adama a flower. She has
made
valuable contribution. Thank you, Adama. That was.
She said, "Help you,
sir."
That was great. Yeah, that was great. I was just shaking my head like, wow. Anyway, as far the video, I hope you will stop. What came to my mind? I'm going to throw Adama's line. The video grandfather, great grandfather in his profession. Like Sonia Day, you know how many wives they have? Shina Peter, Fela Nikulapo. You know what
yes,
I mean?
So
even
yes.
Even
Ebenezer Obey before Konto Shatushe, before he got rid of all of them. Yes.
See, so Davido is so lucky, even at his younger age. I'm so disappointed that even before 30, he has a lot of baby mama. That's so disappointing.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm serious. What is wrong with him? He's just gonna look older than his age as time goes on. Look at his uncle; they look younger. If I'm giving birth early, the video might even bring my grandson. I'm serious. I don't know why I should go ahead and start doing that. And they say I'm done. Well, I don't know about that.
So you don't believe him, sir, that he's done?
I hope. No, I don't believe him. I hope. You don't have to blow your trumpet. Actions sing louder than
Thank you, sir.
because you are at a forum, you are just saying I'm done. You are kidding. And like Amma rightly said, all of them they do it. They just sign a non-disclosure this thing. Yeah, it has to do with discipline.
Yeah. So they got smarter. That's what Adama was trying to say. They got smarter because they now sign paperwork. They take their phones before you enter whoever they are, the mansion. They take their phone. In fact, I have a friend who was telling me, sir, sorry to interject this, I'll let you go. I have a friend who was telling me about some of these things that they do in Atlanta. All these swing parties where they actually take people's phone and all that kind of stuff. Like if you come to those parties, they take your phone before you enter and you have to sign certain people. It's not going on
you're
out there.
talking about swing parties. You're talking. It's called orgy parties. And
Orgy
these ones,
parties.
they are so advanced that they take some of them require. It depends on what the celebrity who is involved in. The one they did last time in Vegas, I heard something about all the women that were required to come. Everybody did the blood work because there are men who want specific.
They want
raw. Yes.
You see what I'm saying? The women should even educate us. And like Adama said, it has to do with you being disciplined. I work with Harvard. I work with women that are under me, about 15, and I work with other senior managers. I'm not stupid. I even know ladies that have crush on me. I'm going to give you an example. You're usually in the office, and some of them, all these white ladies, married, big. Even though they respect me, some of them look at me, but this guy is from Africa or just opportunity to school in America, you know what I mean? But when they get closer to me, that's this guy is smart. So one of the ladies, I went out early in the morning that day. I was coming back around 11. So he was just pulling in. He was pulling, I was pulling in. So one is, he was looking at my car. What kind of beautiful fine car is this? So when it's Patrick, are you kidding? So I saw it in her eye, like she was shocked. Are you serious? This guy is pulling this car. I just kept quiet. So, Ola, I'm serious. Me and the lady, we attended some 1 or 2 classes. Can you believe this lady DM me? Yeah, she's married. She DM me. I just lose no, I know different.
So I have a question for you now, sir. I have a question for you. We're gonna go to our number 6. So I said there are 7 base factors. 7 base factors that we have to consider before you can answer the question: do all men cheat?
Yeah.
Number 6 of them is available options. And when I say available options, what I mean is that temptation exists.
Yeah.
But not everyone is exposed to the same level of temptations.
I just gave you an example now.
So I'm going to ask you a question, sir, because even temptations, we all have a temptation. Even like Adama said, there are a lot of firemen at work when you go to work, or as you move about life, especially for a woman, because women actually do have people throwing themselves, men throwing themselves at them all the time. But even if you're a decent looking man and you're matured, women find that attractive. By the way, if you're married, some women don't have any problem with that, So not everyone is exposed equally to the same level of temptation. Some people are surrounded by super flirty workers. There's flirty workers, there's flirty co-workers, there is naked flirty co-workers. There is naked naked flirty co-workers, their job is highly sexual in nature. In fact, that's what they sell, and some of them are exes, some of them are fans, others aren't. Some people are just straight co-workers, some people are just straight work husband, nothing, so there's levels to this madness that we're talking about, temptation right now. Okay, and there's also the perceived desirability that someone like Davido would have, like being Davido. A lot of women would throw themselves at Davido, right? So when we say temptations, sir, there's levels to the kind of temptations I'm exposed to versus the kind of temptations that a Davido will be exposed to. Women will find him attractive, not particularly because of his looks, because of the access to fame, money, just starstruck, all those kind of things. So there's the opportunity and there's something called willpower. When we say self-control here, we're often talking about willpower, right? Versus opportunities that comes with that type of lifestyle where you could we should have been careful. We could have, why did you guys, you didn't sign DNA with these people? You didn't take their phone. How did they have access to this kind of phone? You were very careless. Let's help you, right? So now with that being said, sir, if you were in a Davido shoe and you're Davido, let's think Davido. Now, Davido is a superstar, top 3 in Nigeria, hands down, not argue. We can't argue it. With that level of access or exposure to temptation what would you say with regards to self-control? I don't know how you're going to go about it, but self-control, exposure to temptation, sir.
Yeah, Ola, you have to be determined. You have to make up your mind. I'm not doing this. Let me tell you, Ola, you're a man. Woman is woman. It doesn't matter their age. I mean, as an adult, whether that person read or is an illiterate, she's a woman. I'm going to give a very simple example. A man has a wife that she knows that does third shifts, and the man has little kids and with a maid. And women, my wife does that when my kids were little. She wake up in the morning, in the night, and go and check their room. So this man just woke up one night. Said, let me go and see this kid. One of them was having a running nose, whether I slept, Before you know it, the man saw the doors were open. Close the doors, cover them, the kids. Go to the other door, saw the girl too. The door was open, stark naked. The man said, no. The man quickly shut the door on her, went home. When the wife came, told the wife, call this girl, never in her life should do that. Are you getting me? Never shall she want. And the wife trusted her. One time, let me give you my own. I have issue with my wife. One of my friends, Reverend, came and he said that. I was shocked when the man said, okay, no, but let me ask, is Brother Patrick cheating? The woman, my wife said, please don't bring that one to our house. I trust him, And you know what? The man jumped us. Everything is settled. If that one is settled, it's a very close. Everything is settled.
Right.
Yeah, the man now sit down. Okay, what is going on? My woman. So what I'm bringing out is woman is woman. Don't belittle them. Do not. It doesn't matter your cadre of the level at which you are. If you could be fooled by a very young girl that you say, oh my God, look at Clinton, what almost destroys his presidency. An intern that came, that's a very good example. An intern, a lady, a small young university kid, almost ruined him. If not for the way they covered him. So let's look at it in that way. Woman be woman, and be wooed. Yes, be wooed.
Yes. Yeah, that's why, because you're very quick to remind us too that's why the Bible says flee, right?
Yeah, flee.
There will not be, if self-control was that super duper and it was so we can just turn it on and off, there will not be any need to flee now. After all, we have self-control.
You know that the case I just told you. If I want to move further, I will have,
Yes.
the lady to be chatting. So what's up? She's a mature. I'm talking about somebody mature in a high place. So,
but I will add this to that, sir. I will add this to that. Please, Adama, feel free to chime in anytime. I will add this to that. You see, this self-control of a thing. Because we like to talk about it when it comes to cheating, I also like to spend some more time on it. It's a muscle. It's a muscle that can actually get stronger and it can get weaker. Why? How? Because there are other factors, right? Ideally, it's super strong, right? Let me read. There's a comment here. So shout out to Antonia. Antonia is here. Shout out to Antonia Itose. Antonia first said, she said, cheating is a personal decision. It has nothing to do with influences here and there. It's what you decide to do. It's an act done willingly, except if sex is by force, maybe rape. Again, so everything she said, I agree with, right? The sex by force part, she's making this about just sex alone. Obviously, we can all agree that it's premeditated when people also cheat, right? They had been thinking about it. They have been nursing the idea that this is wrong. I shouldn't do this. They're at the point where they're tempted. They're like, I shouldn't do this. This is right. Or they might be like, no, not a big deal, right? Right. It depends on what other factors, right? Other factors like maybe me and you can agree on maybe the way they were raised. Maybe their father is a polygamist and it's nothing to them, right? Or maybe their personality, maybe they are also a person. There's also certain people that are very particular when it comes to integrity, and they will do it to a fault, even to their own detriment, right? Even if it's not really integrity, because it's more or less an expectation on other people. Some people actually will mix that together. That's a conversation for another day. But Antonia says Davido has a personal decision to stop cheating if he wants to. I also agree with that. But if he wants to, what if he doesn't want to? What if he wanted to
that?
No, hold on 1 second. Let me finish that thought, right? What if he wants to yesterday, but today now the temptation is so heightened that he's scratching his head like maybe today I don't want to, right? Because I agree with the statement, right? Anyone can stop cheating if they want to. Again, what if he changed his mind and it's too thick, like the temptation is so, or I just finished arguing with my spouse and he's been getting on my nerves and I don't know, I need to clear my brain, and you find yourself in a vulnerable situation even as a woman. Does that happen or it doesn't happen? Even though yesterday I didn't want to. When I got married to you, I didn't want to, because I still agree with the statement if you want to. And I don't think it has anything to do with age. Regardless, people cheat at different ages. Okay. So I agree with you, Antonia. We're just taking the conversation a little bit further. Go ahead, Adama, speak to me.
So what I want to say to what you said, I want people to understand this, that cheating, when you say self-control, I wanted to add, when you say, I feel like self-control and integrity are like brothers and sisters, and at the same time, these are things you have to constantly work in it. What am I trying to say? If you know you're someone, you're in an environment where you're privy to women who would throw themselves at you. What do I mean by that? Ask yourself, men who own the joints,
strip clubs,
strip
or a
clubs
bar,
and all this stuff, a bar and everything. They are married men.
Yep.
It takes a lot for you to learn how to control yourself. Now, let me make one thing clear. There's something called sex addiction. Sex addiction is real. And it's something a lot of our young men are dealing with. And not just that, our young men just want to have sex because they want to. So when you put someone in Davido's level who has influence and power, who feels, if I sleep with this person, oh, you say you're pregnant, put her on the list. She wants to get child support. Or what do I need to do? So it's no longer sex for me. It's about, are you practicing safe sex? For you to be in that caliber and sleep with any woman without a protection, something is definitely wrong with you. And another thing I want to say to our viewers is these people are exposed to a lot of ecstasies, drugs, they're high, they drink a lot. What happens when
Influence.
you combine
Influence.
alcohol with all this drug? You want to like you feel like you're on top of the world. So
Yep.
let us be, no matter how caution and how disciplined you are, and you just finished performing in an O2 arena, and you're coming out, and your boys are saying, "Oh man, you kill it, you kill it, you kill it," and you're so used to
On top of the
drinking and
world.
everything, on top of the world and everything,
Yeah.
and you get high, this, that. Trust me, when you will bang that girl, you won't know. So that's what I say. In order for me to believe that Davido is going to change, he needs to work on those people he surrounds himself with. One.
Exactly.
And two, he needs to be honest about what he's dealing with sexually. I am open to man of prestige. You know one thing you don't know. I don't know. I know you know about sexuality is this thing. There's different kind of relationship. Like I
Right.
don't know if you know this guy that is in African famous Netflix. His Diamond
Which
Platinum.
one?
Diamond
Diamond. Yeah,
Platinum.
Diamond. Yeah.
He said he has 10 women from 10 different countries. And those countries,
Yeah.
any one of
Yeah.
them, he can call them up anytime.
Anytime.
I see myself, dude. And my daughter asked me, my daughter said, "Mommy, are these women sick? What is so attractive about him?" I said, "Because this woman, do you know what it means to be in bed with Diamond Platinum?"
It's powerful. It's a powerful thing.
So that's what I say. When it
Yeah.
comes to Africa, when power, money, influence, ego, everything mixed together, you think with Smith is doing a cleansing, Davido's cleansing will be double.
Wow.
Thank you,
Wow.
sir.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Ola, let me say something, Ola.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've not said this on the social
Let's expand the conversation.
media. I've not said this on the
Don't cheat. Don't steal. Don't lie. You shouldn't. But let's expand the conversation. Go ahead, sir. I'm listening, sir.
You know, when I was in Nigeria as a student, I dated a foreign student.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she just liked me. I said, wow. I was smart then. And when they give us, you know, homework, assignment, you know, she'll be having trouble with it, but I will solve it. You know, what kind of brain do you this guy? So the only thing she told me was, Patrick, you know, I like you, but don't make a mistake of talking to my friends. I said, no, I won't do that. So that was it. So after school, we lost contact. So when I came to America, we were able to reconnect. Well, I just let me type her name on Facebook before, you know, this lady, are you kidding me? She said, no. So we connected. So she wasn't married. I said, what happened? She now told me she has some health issue, you know, so they have to remove her womb. You understand that she's alone. This us living a big place. Oh, that's good. But like, I believe that she still want to take it further. She wanted me to go and cruise with her. She's going to pay for everything. I said, no, I can't do that.
You know, Mario said something earlier, sir. I think you deserve to see it, sir. Hold on. Where's Marriott? Marriott. Yeah, Marriott always have some wise things to say. And she said, those women should close their eyes, Uncle Patrick. You have your own sisters protecting you, sir. Your own nieces and sisters protecting you all day. They need to close their eyes.
but Uncle Ben, man of prestige and man of prestige. Man of prestige, I just want to say something, please. What Brother Patrick is saying. I want to ask Brother Patrick this question. Why do you think that woman still kept the same way she felt about you and still want to reconnect?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. That question is loaded.
Yeah.
Hey, sir, go for it, sir. Go for it, sir.
I think because she doesn't have anybody. And you know one thing? She told me everything about her life. What? And I was like, I said, I just have to cut ties. I'm serious. And that's what I do.
You know, sir, there are some women like that they will actually come into your life. The original intention is not to to mess with you as a married man. That wasn't the original intention.
So, but
It ends up happening.
If you go on cruise, so what's going to happen?
That's what I said initially, right? There's some women that actually come to your life. See, now they were talking cruise at that point in time. There's ulterior motives, but if the moment when they discovered you again, let me tell you something. I have a lot of cases, sir. A lot of people, right? I give that example here all the time because it's a pattern, it's a trend. Women inside of WhatsApp chats with their exes, right? Oftentimes it's another state, another country, right? And to them, they didn't see it going there, but then they start to grow fond of an imaginary person, because the ex you had when you were in university and high school is not the same person 10, 20 years later. You're just fantasizing about what you thought that was, right? So oftentimes it's just a fantasy and they want it to stay fantasy. Sometimes it's no big deal, it's just a friend. And sometimes it end up becoming something else.
You know what I'm going to say is, one of my sisters said something. If whatever you cannot finish, don't start it. And what I would just say is that I don't even want to deal with them. You know what I mean? I don't even want to start it. I don't want to finish it. It's not as if I'm hard, because I know the kind of person I may be. No. That's how the word flee. I use the word flee. I don't even want to go there. Maybe one time in 1 year is okay. And if it's 5 years, 4 years, it doesn't, So you have to be very careful.
Chidima said, I agree with Uncle Patrick. Self-control is easier said than done. Like the Bible says, flee. We have biblical examples of Joseph. Contrast with Samson. Uncle Patrick, it's like you are a good listener and give women emotional support. I think it's because you are involved in pastoral counseling. So it's part of you now. May God continue to give you wisdom, sir. Sir, maybe you can speak to this more, sir. People think, oh, those pastors are just bad. I said, no. It's not, you're oversimplifying it. Anytime you call something good or bad, it's your attempt to oversimplify something that maybe you can't relate at that level. But when people are in a position of power and influence, right, you're going to need a lot more than morals. You're going to need a lot more than that. Let me go to number 5. Let me just jump in number 5 here. Plug this in right here. This positioning of a thing is all about where some people are in not just life, but their position in status in society, right? Their status in society. These are big influences on what you might call self-control. Self-control is the end result. Self-control is like when people say is give or take. I said that's the end result. How do you get to give or take? You give first. You don't just end up in give or take by mistake, right? How do you end up in trust? If it's a long-term relationship, it's because you've been through and come back and you've shown patterns that you can be trusted. If you are just in love with the person you don't know, that's what you call trust. You're in love. You don't know what you're dealing with, right? So there's power, there's status, right, of particular individuals, and that is directly correlated to how much temptations they can be exposed to. So see, self-control, yes, it's a thing, right? But is the end result of what you would like to be in a space mentally. Will Smith said it, even in the submission he made earlier. You be in a space mentally now that you've been there, done that, that you've gone all around the world. The one thing you're looking for is still you. Why do people engage in bad behavior with women or members of opposite sex? Is because a lot of times it's because of low self-esteem. They find validation in those bad behaviors. Those bad behaviors make them feel better than they actually are. Will Smith said that too, right? But really, that behavior is what it makes you feel, not even when you say morals and self-control, it's what it makes you feel. Even when you say, no, I'm doing it because of Jesus, or it's because of the sense of safety you're getting in saying that. So it comes back down to understanding emotions, emotional intelligence. It comes all the way back to that space. So if you're going to exercise some morals, exercise some self-control, and you really want to put that to work, you need to understand where it came from. You need to understand what creates that self-control, right? Some of us, what creates our self-control is the way we were raised. Maybe you were raised, quote unquote, integrity. You walk a straight line, but when you get into politics, they will tell you like that integrity thing that you are doing. Calm down, calm down. We have enemies. We have enemies. So yes, we want to do integrity, but we have enemies, and we must win. The key thing here is we win. It might be your small constituency. It might be your small little territory, or they might say, "Hey, you hand that over to me," and if you can't win, you don't win. The same thing at your job. It becomes very complicated conversation. It's much more complicated than, oh, I can just do right. Yes, you should do the right thing, but you must understand that there are things that cook that up. There are positions you want to be in life. There are a way you want to position yourself so that you can actually execute all the way. So that the devil always presents itself from a blind spot. I say that all the time as well. Your environment. We've spoken about environment a lot here. One thing that Adama said that was apt is the men you surround, these kind of friends you surround yourself with. There's no self-control that's more powerful than the kind of people you surround yourself with. Can we stop the cap for a second? There is no self-control that's more powerful than the people you surround yourself with. The self-control you're going to have is a function of your environment. Your influences.
Allah, if you want to go to Nigeria, I want them to reserve one girl for you before you come. You will have done that with bad friends.
Easy. Even after you told yourself last night, sir, that I want to do the right thing. On that second day, you're like, because that's what emotions are, right? It changes. It depends on the environment you're in, right? So if you want to do the right thing, let's extend that beyond. I want to position myself in the right environment so that I'm actively always working so that I don't put myself in a compromising position where I start to question. People actually question morals. You're like, maybe I'm too stiff for myself. Let me bend the rules sometimes. Do we not tell ourselves that sometimes, sir, as human beings? You can bend a little bit now. It's not right.
Let me tell you one funny story. you know what?
Oh, wait, though.
You know, I want
after you go, sir, Chinye, you should have spoken out now. You know how we do here now, eh? Uncle Beno, same thing. Chinye has been here.
Chinye will laugh with this story. Just go ahead.
You
know, I used to work with Pepsi.
Mm-hmm.
They gave me a phone.
Mm-hmm.
They gave me a phone then. So I had my own phone. So my phone was 40.
Mm-hmm.
So I ordered for a phone, and the phone came through, is it Amazon or eBay? I forgot. It's been long.
Right.
So I called this phone provider. I wanted to switch my data, everything to that old phone. And then they said, well, you have to plug it and do so and so. So I plugged. My daughter just went, when I left for work, I used my phone, I went to work. My daughter just grabbed the phone, picture that was there, was just texting. Because my friend number were loading one by one. Was just texting there. Meanwhile, the person that owns the phone, a lady, has herself, everything about herself in that. Like, she's a white girl. She was naked. She took a picture. And my daughter texted all my friends with the number. I'm like, can you believe my friend? We are calling, Patrick, I like that picture you said. Someone does say, Pastor Patrick. I'm like, what?
What are you forwarding, sir? A lot of our parents, they mistakenly forward stuff around on WhatsApp like that.
I was mad at my daughter because she has locked my password one time.
Mm-hmm.
People that didn't believe in America were thanking me that I said that. What?
Oh.
So you like that kind of thing?
Let me see. All right. Hold tight, sir. Uncle Patrick. I have on the stage, I have Chinye, I have Chidima. I don't know I don't know what I did to these people today that they showed up today after about 3 years.
They're
I haven't
my
seen them in
sisters.
3 years.
They've come here to support. Chinya and Chidima, welcome to the show. Day one.
Thank you, me.
After about 3 years, they found their way back to the Prestige family. But Chinye, welcome to the stage. Chinye, talk to me. What's going on? Chinye, talk to me now. On mute too.
Maybe she's muted.
Oh yeah, let me go to Chidima. Chidima, how far now? How you doing?
Good evening, man of Prestige. Can you hear me clearly?
Clearly, no lags, no delays.
No baton.
Wow.
Talk to me, Jerry. How far?
Oruko Jesu, or however Yoruba people say it. Okay.
Where have you been? Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I have missed you all. I really have. It's so good to be back. I'm happy to be back. But there was a question someone just asked Uncle Patrick, which is why did the woman invite him on the cruise or something like that? And
yeah, he didn't answer it.
That is what made me type what I typed, which is the two examples
Oh.
that Patrick just gave, right?
Right.
They had something in common. He listened to the women when they first reconnected or something, and gave them emotional support. Now, to him,
Yes.
and I'm not coming at Uncle Patrick, please. I'm not coming at you, sir.
No, you are right.
I'm just saying, knowing us women, right? They may have seen that as a green light. You did not see us.
Wait. Now continue. Continue.
Patrick is just being himself because he's in his pastor mode, even when he's at work, when he's in the grocery store, anytime. He may not even consciously be in pastoral mode, but he's become such a second nature to him.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know pastors. I have pastors in my family, so I know how these men are. So it's second nature to them to give people listening ear and stuff. And women tend to throw themselves at him. What I will say is, because I've also been on the other side of it, why I had to ask myself question, why are men always thinking I'm giving them green light when I'm just minding my business?
Hey, you have that come and do eyes.
I have the same problem because I grew up with men. So
This is what wait, Chidima, this is what they call it. They call it come and do eyes. Come and do.
I have those eyes.
Jesus. Okay.
I have the eyes and I have the personality. And I'm
And the
not saying
personality.
that I just mean that I grew up an only girl. So I grew up with a lot of boys. So I grew up like comfortable with boys and vice versa. So I can enter a room and naturally guys will gravitate towards me, or I will gravitate towards guys instead of my fellow gender. It just become part of my whole life growing up.
Wow.
And so I'm seeing myself as one of the bros. Not knowing that some of them are reading another thing. You see, it took me a long time to stop and think, why are these people thinking I'm giving them green light? So
Right.
I used to say, because she said expand the conversation, right? We have gone beyond cheating now too. Sometimes we have to stop and think, what are we doing? And we have to maybe consciously cut back on some things that they may not be wrong, but certain
Yes, exactly.
misread it. It's not
Exactly.
always about right and wrong, black and white.
Yes. You have to be ahead of that.
You have to
The end goal is to do the right thing, but you have to be ahead of.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're talking about options and opportunities. Sorry, I didn't hear Uncle Patrick. What did you say, sir?
Anything you are doing that you didn't allow your partner to know, you are talking to your opposite
That's
sex.
already cheating. Yeah.
So you have to be very careful. And that was what
Yep.
I was saying. I just know I can't do this.
Right. And that is how emotional cheating starts, right?
Yep.
That's how it starts. So some people might say, well, I just bumped into this person in the grocery store, and you think you're going to chat for 5 minutes. You end up standing there talking for 1 hour. There's no opportunity to let your partner know right there in the moment. Telling them later is not the same. It's not the same because the damage has been done. So in that kind of situation, what do we do? Do we hurry up and end the conversation? No matter how sweet and juicy it is. Like Uncle Patrick said, this woman told me everything about herself. It's not every man she will tell about herself. Something about Uncle Patrick made her feel comfortable, make her feel she could trust him. He created a safe, trusting environment.
And if she feels safe long enough, what happens? If she feels safe,
He invites him to cruise.
she gets wet. Let's call it what it is.
Exactly. Exactly.
I have to run like Joseph.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
I don't want to buy that pie again. Too old for that.
Esa, this thing that if it was that easy, that everybody has self-control, everybody will be doing it now. I think everybody wants to do the right thing. I think everybody, some people we like to assume, we like to think that a lot of people are just evil, and that's it. But that's not. Yes, sir.
Let's be frank.
Yeah.
At my age,
Mm-hmm.
I can deal with women that are even in menopause without no baby. You just do whatever, but why should I be doing that? I'm just deceiving myself.
No, you will. If you do that, sir. If you any man that does that, I forgot we're having a conversation just now. Even the Will Smith and all this kind of stuff. There's so much you are missing. There's so much you are going to lose in such behavior, right? Again, for short-term gain, you're going to lose so much. So that's a conversation we can have another day in terms of what a man loses by willingly participating in such behavior and say there's nothing there. It's like Blessing CEO saying there's nothing there, I will get this man. It's the same thing. There's a lot that you're going to lose from that kind of behavior. But yes, sir. Let me see. Chinye, are you back here now? Chinye. Maybe we drop her off the stage then. Let's drop her off the stage so that she can come back.
Women are bad, yo.
Chinye, come back.
It's not just women, sir. It's men and women.
Uncle, man of prestige, can I speak on the topic you brought up about control?
Yes, please.
You said something about you had 7 this thing that you feel matches the word.
I've been covering it. I said there are factors. I've been covering them already.
7 factors. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the word you used.
Before you go, let me drop this one because I'm dropping them as you go. Before you go, let me drop this one. Communication skills. Okay, your communication skills. You see, many infidelities are they stem from unspoken issues and unmet needs. Okay. See, again, it's very easy the easy route to go when, especially if you don't collect. I feel like you've been on the victim side of infidelity before. We tend to go in those of us that maybe we've been cheated on. We tend to go in the direction of self-control, right? As in, like, that's one thing you should have. But a lot of people have unspoken needs, or they have unmet needs, and they can't talk about it. And maybe because they don't feel safe to talk about it, maybe because they are terrible at communication themselves. As an adult, we have to blame you for not making your needs known. If we have to blame, we don't have to blame. We can just say, hey, I have unmet needs. Let's talk about how to learn the skills to communicate in a way that my needs can actually be understood and be received, right? So some people, to avoid conflict, that's what they yield to. Bad behavior. The bad behavior, remember, it goes from everything from doing anything you wouldn't do in front of your spouse. It starts from there, all the way to bringing a baby home. I know we like to think the worst, but it's all cheating. Okay, so inability to express your needs, which is bad communication skills, or fear of vulnerability. You don't want to expose yourself. You can't tell a man all of that, or you can't tell your woman all of that, but you're inside of a marriage with them. Those are the kind of things you become vulnerable, you become exposed. And no, you're not going to see it coming where you will say, it's not always that you get to flee. Sometimes there's no doors to flee. It's too late.
True.
Go ahead, Adana. I wanted to drop that before I continue.
What I wanted to say when you said when you mentioned control, I like the word position, because for me, control and position goes together. I believe in this thing. Do not put yourself in a position where you're not going to be in control. What do I mean by that? Take for instance, a lot of women on Facebook have their ex as their follower. I don't believe in it. If you want to, like, a lot of women do it, especially women in the diaspora. They have their ex, they will say, I went to college with this person, Uniben, all this thing, and they are connecting with someone they met here. At the end of the day, this is what I want to say. Do not put yourself in a position. Uncle Patrick just told a story. For women, if I have dated you in the past, and I'm not on Facebook, and one of the reasons why I'm not on Facebook, I'm not interested in connecting with anyone I went to college or med school with. That's just me. If I'm someone, if I want to build a relationship with you, my relationship is going to build with you based on where I am in life and with my family included in it. And if you fit into that lifestyle for me to build that relationship. So I am very skeptical in who I bring into my life, because I know the man I'm married to, and at the same time, we are very transparent with each other. That's why for me, which I'm not saying everyone is the same way, I don't believe in Facebook, but I believe Facebook, a lot of our women have put themselves in the position where they reconnect. You see these women liking the pictures of their ex with their family, or because you're distant. Why are you putting yourself in that position? And at the same time, why are you so invested in what your ex is doing in his life? Like, I don't get it. Like,
curiosity
you
kills the
discover
cat.
kills the cat. Before you know it, now they'll slid into private message. They'll start DMing each other. That your gown you went with your husband last night to church really looks good on you. It reminds me of, but so it goes back to position and control. So let us stop putting ourselves in the position where we're going to be tempted to be connected to something, because nobody, except a few people, nobody wakes up today and say, I'm going to cheat on my spouse. But some people do. But at the end of the day, I want to tell people, no matter, like Man of Prestige says, self-control is the last thing. It is constantly work that you need to do on yourself, meaning that do not put yourself in that position. Learn to control yourself when you
Don't be testing your own muscles.
Thank you. So
like,
it
I
has
have
to be
self-control.
you fight all the time, because guess what? Temptation is real, and it has nothing to do with how controlling or anything it is. And knowing women, please, the way they fall like Mughal, you will be so confused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thanks for adding on to that. Go ahead, sir. You wanted to say something?
Allah,
yes, sir.
Is even the worst.
I love Facebook. Oh, wait till they happen for Facebook.
Let me tell you what. One of my daughter in Nigeria. I don't know. Maybe when
Mama, why did you mess up my bed?
Mute yourself, Mama Tinye. Mute yourself.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know you pull me back.
No, I don't know. Maybe I did something. So one of my daughters, some of her friends, she just called me and said, Dad, I just caught some of my friends from you because I don't want them to begin to text you or Facebook. I said, what? I said, I didn't even know.
Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, Chinye, talk to me. Let's get Chinye finally.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Uncle Patrick, were you still going? Sorry.
I said after Chinye, I'm going to talk about communication.
Okay, yes, sir.
And after Uncle Patrick, I'll talk about communication too.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. All right, Chinye, talk to me.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry about earlier. A call came in.
Okay, and it took you out. Okay, no problem.
Yes, so I wanted to talk about the whole Davido situation, right?
Chinye, before you continue, Omoye is here. Shout out to Omoye. Omoye said, she said, is it true? She wants to know, is it true all married men cheat? Wow. Answer and then you continue. Answer.
Oh my, good to see you. Oh, you popped up today. Yay. Anywho, so I just wanted to talk about Davido. So one thing I could say is, I know like humans, I know like we're full of crap, right? But when I listen to the whole show, one thing I could say is I can definitely see some type of growth in him. I could see he seems to be a little bit more relaxed. I do believe him when he said that these days you just want to be chilling at home.
I believe that too.
I believe that. And then when he said that, when they were teasing him, and he was like, "Oh my God, peace of mind is everything." I believe that too.
Yeah, and he said, "I'm already starting to sweat." People can't just come up with that. That's real. When he said that,
he was sweating. They had to give him a tissue.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not beans. Like I wouldn't just say, "Oh, he's just talking crap," or he's still doing whatever. They're just signing disclosure. Yeah, like human beings can be deceptive, and maybe somewhere behind the scenes he might do it, but like. Based on what I see, I mean, I don't know him personally, but I feel like there have been some type of changes that have been made. Is it 100% yet? I don't know, but I know there's something going on. I can see that growth, like a young man who's actually finally growing the hell up, and it's a process, right? You know, especially with the kind of exposure and the kind of things that get brought to them, thrown on the plate, like, you know, people put it like, you know, Beku's put on a platter and then over with the fork and knife, but
everywhere. Beku's now water.
So there was something he said though, because I watched the full interview last night when I was cooking. He said that that, you know, these days, like, sometimes the boys will call him, oh, you know, let's go out to the club. He's like, nah, I'm just chilling at the crib. Or sometimes he will just tilt his head back and just sleep, snoring.
Right.
Like, what?
Or regret it. He also mentioned, it was vulnerable and say like, what am I doing here? Like, he said that too, like on a yacht.
Like, what am I doing here? And then he said that one time the guy was like, man, you're not funny anymore. Yeah, he was like, that was when, like, they went to Trinidad to perform in the concert. And they're like, you know, let's bring the girls. He's like, no, you guys not about to put me in trouble, because when you guys bring the girls and then I get in trouble, you guys are gonna leave my butt to dry and social media to rip apart. And also the stuff I have to do, because it sounds like at home he gets a lot of heat. And then the stuff I have to deal with.
He got a lot of heat from Chioma. Chioma is not as soft as people think she is.
Chioma is not. So like they collect with the. So it's like, nah, peace of mind is everything. So I believe that, you know, like he's, you know, like when he was like in trouble, like it was like he was going through a lot. So, and it seemed like it didn't feel good at all. So he's trying to avoid whatever it is that he was dealing with. That didn't feel good at all, and he's enjoying this a small piece now.
It doesn't mean he won't find a way to circumvent that and figure it out. But at least he won't publicly disrespect his girl anymore.
Right. Yeah, but that was why I said that, you know, humans are full of crap, so they'll still one way or the other might try to do something still behind.
But Chinye, let me ask you this question. So sorry, I'm interjecting you quite a bit. Let me ask you this question, right? Do women hate the embarrassment more or the lack of integrity more?
When you put it as more, man, it makes it a little tough, because you hate everything, but the embarrassment is tough. The embarrassment is tough, man. Like,
so if you have to pick, the embarrassment is what they hate the most, not the lack of integrity. Adama, speak to me. Chidima.
Well, I pick integrity because integrity speaks. Sorry.
Bless you.
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand the question.
Do women hate the embarrassment of a man who cheated on you more, or the lack of integrity of such men?
Why are you showing us so being?
Like, me personally,
mind yourself.
Me personally, I would hate the lack of integrity. Embarrassment has to do with third parties. Their how I think they are looking at me or at us or our relationship. The integrity has to do with us, our relationship, strictly between me and you. That is more important to me than what anybody out there thinks, because not every relationship will make it outside to cause embarrassment, but it can still damage our relationship.
Wait, I'm generalizing. I'm not talking about you. Generalizing the women. Do women hate
every women?
Stop it, Joe. Stop it.
Why? If you're using the word every woman, Uncle Ben, every women, I would say most women do not like the embarrassment. Most women will not like the embarrassment. But if you want to personalize it on Chinyere and the women that are on your platform, I personally, I'm not looking at the embarrassment. I'm looking at the integrity. So that's the part I'm looking at. But the general consensus among women is women don't like to be embarrassed.
I think you may be right, because you hear things like, I don't care what he's doing as long as he doesn't bring it back home. That's embarrassment. So I think she's right in saying that, generally speaking, it took me a moment to think about it. Women generally, maybe some of us are the exceptions. I rather deal with your integrity than embarrassment, you know.
Yeah, it's never really the people speaking. But but I hear you. There's one more person. Chinye. Then I'll have to go to Uncle Patrick to talk about communication real quick. Chinye, answer the question. Embarrassment or?
I thought I answered the question, but I guess you were not letting me. You were not allowing me. So what I said, I think I said that in general, like the women do not like the embarrassment, but then I was saying both because integrity to me is like that trust. So behind my back, you just out here acting a damn fool. That hits home hard for me.
Yeah, because the tricky part about that question is like, if I said to you that if your husband comes to you and say, hey, as long as I don't embarrass you, it's okay for me to cheat. Of course, your obvious answer will be hell no, right? But the way I asked that question, it was intentional because that's something that we need to talk about when we're talking about this conversation. But hold on, ladies, let me go to Uncle Patrick. He wanted to speak to us about communication, and then we'll go to Chidima too. Uncle Patrick, sir.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is my experience about the dating states. Let me put it that way. I'm in my 60s. I'm in my 60s. Ola. Let me tell you, from 50 downward, the dating scene, let me put it please, it's very tough. I've had some serious stories. I say, what? Are you serious? Especially the so-called Christian, a lot of things going on, Ola.
It's a struggle. That's why Pastor Bolaji is blowing up. Pastor Lazarus. That's why they're blowing up, because they talk about relationships.
I'm even talking about from 50 plus. From 50 plus.
So are you talking about single people, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, single people 50 plus.
It's
rough.
Yeah, from 50 plus. They are lion. Their communication, the way they communicate, especially the women, they want to possess you.
That's a topic for a different day, sir.
They are not giving room for. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. Friend has been single. Man, I'm talking about men. Their age, and they go to dating sites of Christian dating sites, and they have to go. You talk on phone. They have to go and see the person. These are matured men. Hola. I can't say it on this forum. I can't say.
By the way, sir, 13% of the people here think all men cheat out of 23 votes. So yeah.
I can't say it here. What experience they had with these women, the so-called Christian women, men.
Sir, you're saying that a lot of people lie to themselves. Basically, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, these are matured women. Are you serious? This happened?
Tell us one of it, sir. Tell us just one of it, sir.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to mention them.
Please don't.
Yes. So
let's just call her Shade.
No, I'm not even going to mention.
Okay. All right.
My friends, in his almost 60 then. She met this lady on what's it called, Christian dating site, in her 50s, and this lady is the wife of a pastor that passed. So the guy got there, stayed in the hotel. I'm just going to give you a simple one. They stayed in the hotel 2 days. Went to her house, get to know the family, met the mom. She took her around. Nothing happened. So the last day he was leaving. The woman came, and before you know it, they carry her. These are in their old age. So the guy was not saying, why? I didn't expect this. She now said the mother told her, but don't lose this woman. Don't lose this man. And this man is expecting you to carry him. I don't want to go into details of what happened, but I'm just giving that example. That if an elderly woman would tell the so-called Christian,
Right.
spiritual to, and eventually the guy didn't marry her. Nobody were both. The guy eventually married
What he wanted.
Yeah, a white lady. So, but
Hey.
the lady will not give up.
Mm.
We will always hold him to his heart, that man. And the funniest thing, and this woman maybe the woman can say to that. The guy was telling this woman she's gone into menopause. So the guy was telling me, the woman called him and said what the guy did to her, that she saw a period, that man, she can't. I'm like, what is going on in this world? So,
to me, humans are humans. Humans, excuse my French, they will knock.
I just give you very, very good one. I just showed you that very good one. I don't want bad one on the.
I understand, sir. Yeah, that's why our education must go beyond trying to tell people. As our educations with regards to this thing start from the right thing and the wrong things. Yes, we must keep reminding ourselves of the morals, our moral standards, the societal morals. We must keep. There's nothing wrong with that, but we must take the conversation beyond that. We must understand the psychology of human beings. We must understand the many factors that affects marriage, relationships. We pick on a few of them, communication being one of them, and we just zone in on that, and we don't realize that human beings, you cannot box us. If we get this one figured out, we will find another way, to still be human beings, meaning we're not perfect. Chidima, go ahead, sir.
Ola, thank you for your program.
Yes, sir.
I have a friend that's a professor, my age mate, he's a professor. Colleges. So he's an executive of a non-profit. Of African, they teach them, they have more than 50 computers in a big building. Some of the girls that were sexually molested, all these white ladies, they come and volunteer, they teach them computer. So the man was not telling, what is wrong with our African women or African Christian? We just pray. We don't know Christian education. Like what about communication? That's only why would white people be coming to volunteer, and our women that are even educated to be by the side of these girls and teach them moral, like what we are learning now. And this man even said, she told the wife, say, what is wrong with you African women? You think prayer alone will solve everything?
Yeah.
What about Christian education? What about you mentoring people? You can't even do what you don't have, Ola. You can't do what you don't have. So that's our problem. It's just we just only believe in
very deep problems, sir. Very deep problems. Yeah.
And thank God for the ladies that are hanging out with you. We are learning every day. We are moving from one platform to another. We are learning. We are equipping ourselves.
Absolutely. Shout out. I see what Uncle Beno has been doing.
Yes.
I haven't had a chance to jump in.
I'm not boasting. I'm not quick to talk. But if I'm in a gathering, I will cool down. I'll allow people to talk. But when I talk one, they say, this man, where are you from? You know what? Because, the wisdom, the knowledge are passing. So our women should learn to educate themselves in a good forum. They should go to a seminar. Even Christian, it's not just prayer. Put yourself out there. I need a husband.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Chidima, speak to me. You didn't lose your thought, right? Talk to me.
No, I didn't. Okay, so about communication, the importance of it. I read a book many years ago in Nigeria. It was called I Don't Want Delilah, I Need You, something like that. I think it was written by some American pastor. I'm not exactly sure who.
Mhm.
But he was basically saying that if you read that place in the book of Judges about Samson and Delilah, that
Mhm.
the Bible didn't explicitly say they were having.
Guess who wrote the book? I don't want Delilah. I need you.
I think I know who. I think I know who. I'm acting like I don't know who because of the drama.
No, it's okay. God can use
Just the man of
anybody.
message. I know who.
Yeah.
I was trying to cover my.
What wrote?
It's Eddie Long. Eddie Long. God used Eddie Long in so many ways. So, but everybody has. That's the whole point of what we're saying. Anybody have weaknesses.
Human beings.
Mhm.
Excuse me, please. Man of President, are you talking about Eddie Long, the
Man of President, why did you bring this up now? See what we started.
Yes, the same Eddie Long, but we'll come back to that another day. Yeah, continue, Chidima, continue.
You're gonna take away the punch from what I'm trying to
No,
say.
it won't. Not here. Trust me. Don't trust me. Not here. Trust me. The point will be well made. Continue, Jerry.
Okay. So anyway, from the book, what he was writing that if you read that place in the book of Judges, the Bible didn't explicitly say about their career that between Samson and Delilah, but he said that whenever Samson went to her, he always had a place to lay down his head. Basically, she created a comfortable, safe environment.
Yes.
And the woman was very young. Probably
You're shaking tables. You're shaking tables.
Man of prestige, what is this?
You're shaking tables now. I wasn't ready. But continue.
Why are you showing us this picture now?
You are shaking tables. Number 4, health of the relationship. Let's stop capping. Let's stop the cap. Okay.
Can you
go ahead? Finish, please. Finish.
My train of thought. This
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad.
Anyway, so so basically, he was saying that even though I think I was very young, probably a teenager when I read that book, but that aspect of what Delilah provided for Samson stayed with me. Yes, we know she's an Olosho. Yes, we know she's all the bad things. Yes, but there was a lesson we can learn from even a bad person, and that stuck with me. And that was the point of the book, basically, or at least that part of the book. I don't remember any other part of the book, but my point is to say how important safety and communication really is. Or like you put it here, number 4, the health of the relationship. Now, I have a follow-up question to what I just said. Whose job is it to communicate? Is it you have to feel safe to communicate, or do you just start from the get-go communicating and gauge how safe it is and then know how further you can go? Like,
let me answer that. You see, communication is a moving target. Okay. You guys know that. That's why I said communication is active listening. 80% active listening. So you can't really speak to what you don't understand. So you have to be very generous if you want to be proud of being a person with communication skills, especially that you're always growing it, because human beings are also moving targets. So you might be communicating using a style from 1960 and then you're not landing and you're just saying, I'm a traditional man, and your communication is not landing, right? So you have to pay attention to context, everything that's going on, who you talking to, what's the topic, what is the content, what is the context, right? Before you can actually effectively communicate. So whose responsibility? It's always the responsibility of the person complaining, right?
Okay,
if you can complain, then you can then you have enough to do something about it. It doesn't mean it's your fault. It just means you can listen, you can understand, because even mad people, there's a root cause for their madness.
True.
Right? So if you don't understand that person is the root cause of their madness, or at least be willing to listen, you're going to be talking at a wall. So who is wise? You?
No.
So communication, whose responsibility? Is my responsibility. It's mine. It's not the other person's responsibility. It's my responsibility, right? And I can remove myself if I'm talking to a wall on a constant basis. I can remove myself, but it's always my responsibility to communicate. We tend to blame men for this part more, right? Because they're leaders. Yes, if a man goes and say, like if a man says, like, we don't let them, if they say I cheat, if a woman cheats, right? We will say, what did we say first? So like, what did you do? Oh, not
Right.
me. What do women say? Women, what did you do is what they ask first, right? What did she do? Because it's very hard for a woman to go and cheat. In the same breath, though, we say it's women that cheat more. See, the confusion is real.
I see, yes. When a man
Alright.
cheats, we always blame the wife that she did something or she wasn't doing something enough. And
Right.
then the man step outside. Yes.
And I'm one of them, honestly. It's not to blame the man for our actions, it's to say maybe you had been complacent in that relationship. Maybe you haven't been paying attention to what's going on in that relationship. It doesn't mean I'm blaming you. It's actually me empowering you. Say, hey, when you get to your next relationship, there's some cues. You haven't paid attention. For someone to be cheating on you, especially a lot of time, it's like 3, 4, 5 years affair that people have been having with a Delilah or a Delilah man. That person was finding emotional safety in another place. But when I say that, you hear it as I'm justifying cheating. Because you too, you are locked up in your brain. You don't want to understand anything else outside of right and wrong. Yes, they are wrong.
I like what you said about the person complaining has the responsibility, because like you said, human beings are moving target. The relationship is a moving target. The person receiving what you're saying is also moving. Like you said, paying attention. The way you communicated, they have worked when they were in their 20s and you guys first met. Now in their 30s and 40s, that method of communication doesn't work. And even the 5 love languages, people's love languages evolve. One might have been my primary love language in my 20s, might be my secondary in my 40s now.
Yes.
So even basic things like that. So constantly studying yourself, the relationship, and the person you're with is very, very important. We cannot say
five love languages is rudimentary, is basic, is bare minimum. That's where you start to build your communication skills. It's the bare minimum. Once that moment when you did the assessment and you know your love language, you're just starting the work, because there's going to be more layers to this. Go ahead, sir. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Chidima, finish. I know I was interjecting.
I think that was really what I wanted to say about communication and safety. Now, when it comes to safety, whose responsibility is it to create safety? Is it the man? I'm inclined to think it's the man in a relationship.
Overall, yes. But again, if you're a lady, you're talking to me and you're telling me that your man tends to shut down, or he's participating in bad behavior and all those kind of things, right?
Like silent treatment.
Silent treatment. He will need to feel safe before he stops this bad behavior. Yes, I know. Like he's a grown man. He's supposed to know better. You're right.
Prestige. The reason I asked, if you remember that video of that man that hit his daughter and said it was the niece, some people are saying the way she behaved, the wife ended up behaving, is the reason why the man didn't tell her. Because if he told her, so that's why I'm asking, whose responsibility is it to create safety? On the one hand, you may have prejudged the woman on how she would act, and that may not have been how she would act.
No. Don't give her an easy out. He could be right. It doesn't mean it's still not his responsibility to be a man and tell the world that he has a child.
Yes, he should have done that. Everybody, most reasonable people agreed on that, regardless how the woman would have reacted at the time. But my point is, so in that kind of situation, are we blaming the woman if she had reacted a certain way for not creating a safe space for the husband to be vulnerable?
No, we can't do that. There's some offense that you offense that we cannot blame. You cannot blame another human being, aka murder. Okay? If you commit murder, I'm not blaming who made you do it.
Oh no.
Okay, so no, there's some lines you cross that no, the woman didn't make you not tell the world that you have a daughter. That's crazy.
Got it. So it depends. Okay, so we're speaking in general terms, not about some of these grievous offenses, where we're talking about just creating safety in general. In general,
just terms, emotionalism, we're communicating the vibe, the romance, how we relate, the quality of our relationship. Yes, it is also your responsibility to make your partner feel safe.
So going back to my Delilah example, at the end of the day, he was able to reveal the secret of his strength to Delilah, because she kept providing that conducive environment for him.
Yes, something that women should learn. Especially if you're a wife. Don't wait for a side chick to do that for you.
Get my question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Said your love language evolve. That your love language at the age of 30 might change at the age of 40. So, are you able to communicate that to your spouse, or you just want him to figure it out?
So it's not evolved in that way, sir. It's not evolving in one dimensional. It's multiple dimensions, right? If it's one dimensional, it will go from gift giving to act of service. That's just one person's theory. That's just Reverend Graham's theory. I forgot his name. I think that's his name, right? That's just that theory, right? The way it evolves is that it's in the stories that is being told. You know, there's new stories being told on a daily basis, right? So imagine how lame it is for you to say, my wife loves gift giving all the time, right? So I will keep buying her Benz every time, right? I'll just buy a Mercedes Benz. Next year, when she complains that I'm sleeping with another woman, I'll just buy a Mercedes Benz. How far is that going to go, sir? It's not going to go too far, right? Because she's already ousted you. We can tell. It's predictable. What do we know about predictability, Chidima, as far as seduction attraction is concerned?
It's very unattractive.
It's unattractive. You become unattractive. You're predictable. We know where you're going. We know you're going to apologize every time you offend me. So the apology will, because there's also something called
it loses value.
It loses value. So that's the evolution. So if anybody is stuck on, and you know my love language is act of service, and you didn't do it to me, they will just end up in Badmus because nobody's hearing you. You're stuck in elementary when you're supposed to be. It's evolving. The whole thing is evolving. It's a good place to start to get to know your partner, but it's the start. Does that help, sir? That's how it evolves. Yeah. So it's an application. The application part of it evolves in so many directions. I think somebody is back here. Chinye, talk to me. All these people are back here. They get out and they come in. Then I forget. God will not forget you in Jesus' name. You can talk to me now.
No. No, yeah, I agree in everything you all are saying, especially what Chidima said, how being that we're a moving target and we evolve and certain things that used to feel good might not feel as good anymore. That's why sometimes, like in a marriage, one of the partners would be like, well, when I used to do you in that position, you used to love it. Well, I don't love it anymore.
It's over, bro. Like do something else. Jesus Christ. Like, what do you mean? I used to love it. Yeah, I used to.
I like this one better now, and it's for both, both the man and the woman.
It's for all of us. Absolutely. Yeah.
So we just have to, adapt with as we're both changing.
You have to adapt.
Adapt to the new change.
Absolutely. Sorry, Chi, before you continue. This health of a relationship thing, right? Can I shock all of us, right? Even good people can stray in broken dynamics. Can we agree to that? If you're in a broken relationship, all sense of what is this thing, right and wrong, when you don't feel right, all sense of those things, they go right. The first thing that goes right out the window is your sense of morals when you don't feel right.
That's true.
Emotional connection. If two people feel disconnected for a long time, vulnerability to the outside world will increase. Can we agree to that?
True.
Okay. Sorry, Chinye. If the world no crack open, a lizard cannot enter.
So true.
What about sexual dissatisfaction? What about that part? 15 to 20% of marriages are in loveless, sexless marriages. It's just the other person is just bad. They just want to punish you. No, you're oversimplifying it. You're right, but you're wrong at the same time. Of course, that can lead to temptation. No, it can't. They should just be disciplined. For how long? You can't wait just a simple 4 weeks for sex. No, I can't wait. I'm sorry. Some people will tell you up front. Some people don't want to hurt your feelings. Some people are in a vulnerable state. Some people don't want to lose everything they've been cooking for 30 years because of one-time kpekus. They'll go get the kpekus and they'll come back and you will never know anything happened. Some of them will be reckless enough. You will find out. If he's a typical man, if he continues the behavior, you will find out at some point. Very soon. Women, maybe you won't find out.
Can you talk to the fact that women are always saying when they are hot, there is no way they can?
Yeah. I've said it, but I will repeat again. You see, this thing called resentment. All of us can all claim monopoly of resentment. You see, some people go into, so they come into my sessions with all they want to talk about is all the resentments. At some point, I have to stop them. I have to stop you. I have to stop you from the self-destruction. You know? And it's very tricky because a lot of times it might seem like victim shaming. It's very tricky. That's easier said than done. That's why it's called work. At some point, you have to snatch yourself out of, So if issues pile up over and over, if it's not resolved, we know it can create atrocities. For you, you're seeing yourself as a victim. The other person also tends to see themselves as the victim. Hello, we didn't know that. We know that. So, yes, people can influence you, but you as an adult, obviously, it's empowering for you to take full responsibility of where you find yourself today. It doesn't mean you blame yourself, because if you're blaming yourself, I'll be the first to stop you too. I said, this is not about blame. Okay, if you keep blaming yourself, that's unattractive too. It's no wonder why nobody might be gravitating towards you, right? So that's not the point. We're talking about from a standpoint of empowering yourself. How did I end up in that space? What can I learn about that space where I find myself? It could be positioning. It could be something you can't control. If it's something you can't control, there is more things you can control. Focus on the things you can control. And you will find out that everything else will disappear. So the health of the relationship is absolutely, I don't care where you go back and forth with what kind of, how you were raised with the morals and all that kind of stuff, self-control. I don't care. The health of the relationship does make people cheat. Know it and know peace. Does that mean it's your fault? No, it's just something you should know. Go ahead, Chinye. Finish your thoughts. Then anybody else who want to speak to that? That was number 4. We dropped number 4 right there. I don't know how many more we have left. We still have emotional maturity.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Are we still on the previous item, health of a relationship?
No, I'm done. If you want to say something to it, you can say something to it.
Okay, no, it's okay.
You're good?
Go ahead with the next item.
Okay, all right, good. Let me go to emotional maturity. Again, is emotional maturity, this is the context. Emotional maturity versus the number 1, which is value and self-control, right? The number 1, value and self-control. I know most people that have been on the receiving end of infidelity will gravitate more in this direction, but actually there's very small growth there for you, because you're basically preaching to the choir. You're preaching to yourself. You're making yourself feel better that you're the victim. It wasn't always your fault. And honestly, I'm not going to shame you on that. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Somebody already know what time it is. You are absolutely right.
You're right.
But there's more you should know. Let's talk about emotional maturity, right? You go and marry somebody that is 25, 26, which is quite confusing, because a lot thinks you should get married around that range, right? Like, wait, people are immature no, not just immaturity, even like physically speaking, they are not there yet. Okay, well, that should be obvious. People have the whole life ahead of them, right? You don't think there's more for them to learn? Even when it comes to this one favorite topic of self-control, of course there's more to learn. How do you think they're going to learn it? Yes, they will learn from, we are educating them in class with chalkboard, but a lot of it is going to from experience. They will fall on their face. They will smash their face into pieces. Some of them will never come back from it. They can actually destroy their lives in the process of it, right? And some will be lucky enough. Majority will be lucky enough, and they will grow, right? They become more and more mature with time. With age. Somebody said, I think it was Antonia also, that said it's not about age. No, with age, everything else being equal, of course, right? With age, we tend to get more mature. Some people, you're right, some people are 70 and they're not mature. Let's just make them exceptions. A lot of people, right? It depends on what aspect of life we're talking about, right? So cheating can also tie back to people's emotional maturity. Okay? They don't know what they don't know. They are attractive enough for you to marry them. They spit good game. In fact, they didn't want to cheat until life started happening to your relationship. It's not about you. maybe life happened to them, or maybe some traumatic experience from their childhood rose to the surface. Okay, and the way they will cope with that crisis is bad behavior. Their vulnerability rise to the top. All of this, you're right. Again, you're right. It's all excuses. Cheaters are cheaters. Listen, listen.
You're right.
I get you. But what about accountability? Just small accountability. I was wrong, baby. You're right. I was wrong, babe. You know what? It's good. It's not today. You know, I'll let you have that. You know what? Today. What about the nuances of the ongoing micro negotiations that's always at work in a relationship, a romantic relationship that is now getting past just purely romantic? People are seeing themselves, see finish, don't they enter? Right? Because it'll be you, right? What about all that start to creep in? Just sense of the ability to be accountable. You think that's beans? No, it's not common sense. Common sense should just tell you should be accountable. No, you're probably speaking from a blind spot. There are things that you have a hard time being accountable to as well. All of us. Nobody can escape this. What about empathy? Right? What are empathy? A lot of people they think sympathy is empathy. No, empathy is just the attempt to put yourself in that other person's shoes. It's easy when you're in love. It's super hard when finish don't enter. Right? It's extremely hard when you feel like you are the victim. Imagine somebody say you are the victim. You feel like you are the victim. You feel like this person is emotionally blackmailing you and they are asking you to do empathy with them. It doesn't make sense, right? You see how hard that is? Emotional maturity. But you're like, no, they should be an adult too. And then the way they're able to cope is to go downstairs and eat ice cream at 2 a.m. Is that not cheating after they told you they will not get fat on you? That's that with that. Anybody want to speak to that, please? Emotional maturity is also something to pay attention. So you might say it helps self-control, or you might say it's the same thing. I'm okay with it as long as you highlight this one as a thing. Go ahead. I think Uncle Patrick wanted to say something to that. Okay, no, Uncle Patrick. Adama, are you there? You haven't said anything in a minute. Where are they? Uncle Patrick, are you there? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Uncle Patrick, did you want to say something? Then I can go to Chinye.
Let's Chinye say something from there.
Okay. So emotional maturity is everything, and it comes with time and a lot of intentionality. If you're not really like a student, if you're not a student learning to try to be better, connecting to this kind of program, you might not really be. You think you're mature, but you're not. You probably have a blind spot, not really realizing how immature you might be emotionally. And then when you start to learn, you start reflecting on yourself and you start like, oh shoot, okay, I need to approach this differently to get this different result. Or I shouldn't be talking to my husband this way, or I shouldn't be popping off this way because I'm not yielding the result that I really want to get. So, and then when you start changing, it will shock him too, like, oh, like what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
But it takes time. But once you're intentional about it, you notice that, oh, this thing used to make me upset before. This thing used to trigger me, but it doesn't trigger me anymore. And then your approach to things, you notice that you yield more results. You get more results that you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Talk to me, Uncle Patrick.
Hey, that's a big one. I tell you, the Bible says it's better for you to live on a rooftop than to stay with a troublesome woman.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. That's a big one.
It's Chidima's fault, sir. She's the one that brought up Delilah.
No, it's not about Delilah. Just saying it.
I hear you, sir.
Because I'm not throwing women into under the bus. But some women are terrible. When they are angry like this, they are hungry. And some when they come in, they believe it's me and you. They don't even want to see your family. Yeah, and you know, like one of the message I had today, there is no way most men are indebted to their family. I'm not saying I'm not saying they are owing them. Some of them are brought up, the family
You mean the extended family, right?
Yeah, their parents, for example.
Parents, yes.
Yeah, they work hard to make sure this guy is good, has a better education.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Nobody, I want you to put yourself in the parents' shoes. Like just because this guy got married and you expect him to throw his parents away. Say, okay, you're always doing for your brother, doing for this thing. Give him a slack. Be part of them. You are one family. I've seen a woman not even want to. As soon as they come in, they don't want to see nobody. No. Even your own children want to be with their family. They want to see their uncle, their niece. They want to be part. That's the way the kids think. One time my sister came from California, and California is far. When my kids were small, before she came, my little boy said, "Is that the only time we will see them?" I was shocked. So, emotional intelligence is very important.
Yeah.
Even the way you want to discuss with your spouse at the right time, right mood.
Yes.
You don't have to be nagging every time. We all have our own issue.
That's part of that safety we were talking about.
Yeah, holding on to something as if, yes, it's either my way or no another way. You know what?
Yeah.
Creating a conducive environment. And friends don't want to come in because of you. There's a problem then. Can't be only you. The world is not meant for anyone.
By the way, you don't really find out until after the resentment is really deep that the friends don't want to come around because of you.
It's all like, we keep talking about value. You must bring in that value. For both of you, this is what I'm getting from this woman. People must see you and say, yeah, Ola is really married. I can see that from Ola. More happier, even though things are so tough now, but
it makes the day go by easier. Even though things are tough, yes.
Goes a long way.
Imagine when I can't wait to get home.
Yeah, that might
after a tough day.
Contributing factor that and for our sisters, let me just tell you, the way men think about women is quite different from the way women think about men.
Absolutely.
Ola, you know what I mean?
Of course, sir. Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
From this, so now they sing one song, you be the one that will interpret it. Ola, Error Killer, Jerry. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What kind of meat have we not had before?
So that's the way we think. What's the big deal? When you talk about scene finish, now men that in the day enter men head. You know what I mean? That's the way men are wired. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
So when you begin to shout, the man will just take him key, just leave. See? Then you shout finish, you go keep quiet. It's not as if he decided to ignore you, but yes, I can't take this no more.
Sometimes that's the way it can create a safe space. It just depends on what we're dealing with.
Place. You know what I mean? I had one when I was in university in Nigeria. I had one girlfriend. May I so rest in perfect peace. I learned something from her. I wasn't that skillful then. Now, whenever we had one, I just want to leave. She will run after me and say, "Don't leave." We'll say, "No, Patrick, please, you can't leave." My own way just to go away so that we'll not argue. I said, "No, you can't leave. Let's just talk about this thing." It's not a big deal as if we are having serious, but I just want to run away. I can't do this stuff. She just said, no, we have to settle it. So she taught me how to, be calm and discuss things with people. Yeah.
By any chance, who is more prone to silent treatment between you and Auntie? You or her?
She. 100%. 100%.
She'll go silent on you if it's too much for her.
100%. She's the quiet type. And quiet and very describe it. She's
now on to today. But she won't say it out. But you feel it. The tension will be thick.
Yes. So you don't have to. Let me round up. When I was growing younger, the first my seminar I attended was a lady. She's an evangelist. She said, let me say this before I even talk. He said, anywhere, wherever she goes to, she always say this. He said, her husband did something. And the man came to her and begged her and said, no, I'm not going to forgive you. You've been doing it. I am not. She never said what the man did, though. But the man fell sick and just pie. Hola.
I bet she was ready to forgive now.
He said that thing. And she said she was just getting over it little. In her brain, she was the one that pied the man. Because she never gave the man chance to just say, okay, I forgive you. Okay. She said, I know carry wow, you know what I mean? Deny her straight. And part of like we described, part of emotional intelligence is denial carrier for more. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah. If you do that long enough, the other person is human. So remember, if I was teaching that person, I would tell them that no, they're not punishing you. There's something going on with your relationship, and it's also your responsibility, right? But for us to turn around and say, is it food? Is it food? What do you mean? All right. Thank you, Uncle Patrick. I appreciate you, sir. Let me go to number 7. Then and then we'll go around the house for our last words. Number 7, personality. I can't tell you how many clients I've had, and I will say, is there infidelity? And they'll say, no, it's not him. That's not who he is anyway. Right? It's just too obvious. It's not that guy. Clients, people dealing with silent treatment, bad communication skills, people that are messing up with finances, people that resent each other as far back as 5, 6, 7 years ago. But she's just so sure that no, it's not infidelity. It's not that. Why is that? Yet on social media, the only thing we like to talk about when it comes to broken marriages is infidelity. Right? We just like to talk about that because I guess it's popular. It's a popular topic. So when it comes to personality, let me just tell you like this. Some people, no matter what, it's not who they are at the core. So that already defiled the question. Like it messes the question is false. All men cheat? No, it's false. There's some people that it's not who they are. It's not, it doesn't give them any thrill. Did you know that cheating for some people is actually them they're seeking a thrill. They're looking for excitement. Right? And it's very subconscious. Doesn't mean they're not guilty. Doesn't mean they're not responsible for their behavior. But it comes from a very deep subconscious place. And if anything, they should know this about themselves, about their own personality, so that they can protect themselves from themselves. Some people, they give them they're chasing risk or doing secret. The secret, the moment they find out that they have been cheating with that one person, they don't want that one person anymore because it's now out in the open. They need somebody who is a secret. They need a situation that nobody knows, that is hiding. If the whole world, so say, why don't you just marry the person if you don't want to be there? That's not what they wanted from the situation. Right? And of course, there are people who are narcissistic. that no matter what you tell, they don't have the empathy to comprehend what you're saying, especially in a man, a quote unquote man's world, in a society where they allow men to get away with as much as they can, as much as you accept it as a woman, right? But cheating may not feel wrong to them. Yeah, they call it their polygamist. There's also that situation, right? There's also insecurity, right? Again, surprise, surprise, insecurity or insecure people will, part of the way they cope is cheating. They get the sense of validation from everything outside, but self, it takes time for them to realize that they will never get happiness from that. In the meanwhile, everybody in that situation, they'll collect, including their children, potentially. Including the marriage or including themselves. Because honestly, I don't know, how much treasure are you going to have stored away if your lifestyle is like that? You're going to lose out a lot if this is your weakness, right? So just teaching people just do the right thing is not enough, is the point I've been making all along. So you need to address minimum of these 7 things I just talked about today before you can even address that issue of cheating. We already said value, self-control, that's bare minimum. Number 2, communication skills. If you suck or your partner suck in communication skills, it will create vulnerability. Emotional maturity. Number 3. Number 4, health of the relationship matters. No, matters. Okay. Number 5, positioning. Okay. Don't go and be flexing muscles. See, I have self-control. I can do anything. You're right. Good luck. Number 6, available options. You're not a Davido. Stop comparing yourself to Davido. Davido has women everywhere, in every corner of that industry. Okay, so it's going to take him a whole lot more to have that, the same thing we agreed to, self-control, than me and you. That's just the reality. Okay, I don't live in a world where women are all the time naked around me and it's part of my livelihood and there's millions of dollars coming from it. I don't have that life, so I cannot in good faith compare myself to that. Number 7, personality. So let's go around the house. Let's have some last words. Let's go to Chidima. Chidima, talk to me.
Man of prestige, when you say personality, are you talking of, I don't know, do you mean like how our personality is compatible? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm just talking about people at their core. There are some people at their core, is they all that your squad with women, it's not who they are. You know men like that. You know them primary school. You knew that. That's not that guy.
Okay.
And some people are married to people like that, and he has all types of array of bad behaviors. But she's so sure. I have too many of them. She's so sure that he's not cheating.
That this is in one of his. Okay.
It's not who he is. That's what I mean by personality.
Okay, so like at his core, that is not an issue for him. Like
he does. In fact, it's
might be an issue.
Yes.
Not that. Okay, I see.
In fact, it's the very reason why he's misbehaving, because he doesn't want to go out there and he doesn't know how to do that. He wants his wife to be his wife.
Well, let me throw a wrench into this. We have seen such cases, and in some of those cases, not all, some of them, it is because something else is going on. They're on the deal.
What do you mean? Yeah. Well, now you're taking it to their sexuality. It could be, maybe
I'm
not.
Saying in some cases, not all, of course, not all. In
it could be.
Cases, that could be a reason. But I'm just trying to bring it on.
Right. Some cases.
Okay.
Right. Like a man could be gay. That's why he doesn't want to have other women.
Right.
Or be.
And maybe he's fighting it.
He's attracted. He just can't find himself. He's attracted to other women.
Right.
But he just won't move. Men. He won't bring himself to have a wife at home and be talking, engaging in another woman in a romantic way. It's not what it is. And some people are the extreme other end of that, meaning they have to do harder work on self-control, right? Or positioning, all these other things. Don't put themselves in a position where they're vulnerable to their weakness,
Okay, so these 7 points are the reasons why some men may not fall. I joined rather late.
Number 7 is a major reason why that true or false is a false.
Got it. Okay.
That not all men cheat. That's it. Just that enough defiles that statement.
The 7 reasons why this statement is false is what we're looking at.
7 base factors to consider in order to answer that question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying, because I know I joined almost 2 hours late, so I wasn't really sure what the 7 was based on. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I see now. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because just like you said, at their core, that is just not one of their like, not everything will be a temptation for everybody. Exactly. There are some people that if you like be the most whatever in front of them, it just won't move them. Some people also have low libido. That could be a factor. And some people, there's so many things why it may not move Mr. A or Miss B. You know,
some people will blow your back out if you take advantage of them, but they won't make the move.
Yeah.
It's not who they are. Yeah, no, there's some people like that. Yeah, and everything in between, like you're saying.
Right, it's a spectrum. Okay. Well, I don't know if I have any other last word, but I appreciate what we.
I'll ask you one last question: do all men cheat?
No.
Okay.
Just like not every human being will cheat. No.
Do you think all women cheat?
No. And that's why I don't agree with that thing Kevin Samuel said, that all first of all, his definition of high value men is already wrong to start with. But, because he means high earning men. But regardless, whatever definition we want to say, his statement that high value or high earning men have
exercise options.
And they will exercise their options. And he will give examples like, and it happened to be around the time he was saying it a lot. We were having the scandals with is it Jeff Bezos, the Microsoft guys? They were all having all these their affairs coming out to the public.
Yeah.
And he was like seemingly agree, and he would cite them as an CC. I told you guys, these
high
value men of society, and look at their lifestyle. They are all cheating. They are all exercising their options. So it appeared it was validated, but I don't believe him.
Yeah.
I don't believe that all men cheat.
I mean, this is a factor. Number 6, available options. If you have the options, like it is a factor, right?
Like you said, a Davido, we can't put ourselves in the same room with a Davido. We are not exposed to the same type of options or temptations. Definitely not.
Yeah.
But but at the same time, I don't believe that all men cheat, regardless of if you're high value, medium value, low value. I don't believe all men cheat.
Yeah.
I believe
and I don't want women to move that way, because you attract what you fear the most.
Exactly. And I believe that it will make you operate from a defeatist mindset. Like you already give up before you even start the process.
Exactly.
And that's not a healthy mindset to have at all.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's it.
Thank you, Chitima. Don't be a stranger again.
No, I will. I will try not to.
All right. Yeah, bye. All right. Chinye, talk to me. Chinye has been hanging out with me all day. So it must be a special day. Chinye, talk to me. Chinye is a mother, so she's always in and out. Let's go to Uncle Patrick. Uncle Patrick, talk to me, sir.
Okay, my last word, I write it down.
Okay.
The most important thing is for you to value your relationship. If you value your relationship, you do anything to preserve it.
Yes.
Yeah. Of going to counseling, making sure everything works good. It's going to reflect in the children and everything. I'm going to give you an example that came to my mind. This lady, very powerful lady, that in those days, they was dating my brother before they got married. That when my brother come to Nigeria, this lady would just go to the airport because she works in the presidency with her badge. She would be the one that would go and clear, go to where the luggage. Ma'am, everybody would say yes, ma'am, with security following her. You know what I mean? I say, wow. So when I go to her office, big office, as your guy pata in the ministry, wow, this woman is so powerful. So eventually she came to US, got married. So when she had issue with my brother, so I went there. This is dragged for long. We're talking about 6-7 months dragging. So when I stepped in, the only thing she said is that my brother should make her the way she came. That she never had babies when she came. Like, I was like, is that all you got? I'm serious.
Yeah.
I thought she was kind of stubborn. I thought she's gonna, I thought she was hard. Let me put it that way. But that was the only thing she told me. Like, are you serious? Without this your shakara, I said, I don't have power to do that. You know what I mean? That she didn't come here when she was coming. She was not like this. She didn't have no baby. Or like, can you think of that? Like your wife telling you, turn me to the way you met me. I was 24 when we got married. You know what I mean? I didn't have no baby. So with that,
right. It's like, good luck.
I was like, are you serious? Is that all you can say? To cut the long stories short,
yes,
everything
sir.
is part. They are no longer again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you need to value, you talked about humility, humble yourself. Whether man or woman. Like all of us diaspora.
Humility,
we came in here, Ola. We humble ourselves. People with degree, PhD, they started.
Or you will get humbled.
Yeah. They started from the floor.
Yes, sir.
Because they have to put food on the table for their family.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You see a doctor working in a grocery store, even if it was a doctor in Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
He has to go back to school so if you can do that, make that sacrifice.
Yes. That's an ongoing thing. You have to keep doing that. You have to keep humbling yourself. That's what I mean by active listening. Just make an assumption that you don't know what's going on and listening.
Yeah.
Before you offer value.
People that even go to school in America with high school, they will say, you are not speaking good English. We can't hear you.
Yes, so you get humbled straight. Me, and that never used to affect me, but I used to find it very interesting when I started noticing it affected a lot of people. When they make fun of their accent, it affected them. Me, it never affected me. I didn't know. I thought they had the accent, not me.
I know you are.
I thought they had the accent. Like, what? Why are you slurring your words? Can you speak like a normal? You speak proper English. Anyway, we got up.
People would tell you that they are not promoted at their job, right?
Yes.
They can't go into management. Even though they have a PhD.
I know. It will shock you. I mean, when you have a 30-year-old degree and you don't have experience, and you are thinking you have a degree that you collected 35 years ago.
They go humble you.
I mean, you took a few years off the job market and you came back and you thought it should be easy. You should just apply and get another job. And then you find out like it's been that 3 years, you have to humble yourself all the way back to the bottom.
I've been asked several times, man. Patrick, how did you get to this position?
You have to. That's how you reinvent, sir. It's a crisis, but it should tell you that it's time to reinvent yourself. Just like you were talking about, it's like reinventing your relationship.
Yeah.
We're surprised when we find out it's time to reinvent relationship. Or like anything that's worthwhile, you have to reinvent the relationship every now and then.
You've not gone out to your wife before. You don't go to a restaurant. You don't go on vacation of life.
Me and you, let's end this show together, sir. Thank you so much. You said something about valuing your relationship.
Yeah.
And what comes to mind is relationship appraisal. Just to take it up a notch. Value your relationship is like it's an action thing to do. So think of like as if you're about to. We're not just gonna run into town and say my house value. No, if you want to collect money from bank, they will say do an appraisal.
Yeah.
Hey, they will say. Not just do an appraisal, they say get a certified appraiser.
No,
to do the appraisal.
It's not appraisal, business plan. Okay.
No, for real estate. Yeah, same thing, right? So
you are right.
So relationship appraiser, to effectively appraise a relationship, one should evaluate both the positive aspect and areas of improvement. If you notice, even that when they say area of improvement, it's painted so you don't see it as negative. It's an opportunity. Where there's opportunity for improvement is an opportunity. So that's positive plus positive, because once you mix it with negative, particularly from our mindset, you attract more negative. It becomes negative. It cancels everything else out. If you know math, it becomes negative. So this whole thing we're talking about is mainly mindset. It's a mindset thing, but it's also actionable things you can do. Like to sit down there and to look at your spouse, your wife, and say, what is it that I love about this person? Some things will come to you very, very obviously, right? Some things you have to sit down and really think and say, actually, I complain about it, but this is an opportunity for me to get to know this woman. This is an opportunity for us to improve on our communication skills. Let me improve my communication. We have a product in our back office. It's called the 21 AI prompt to improve your communication in marriage. These are actual real questions, 21 of them, to help you improve. You go to ChatGPT or you go to Gemini or any of the AI tools and you ask those questions. You add it to your story and it actually helps you improve your communication skills. So instead of you running out there and just talking at your spouse, you will actually have a better way to communicate your feelings. And that's also with respect to your culture, your tradition, wherever you're coming from, because I know those are all different factors. So focusing on mutual respect, of course, open communication and shared values, because without these things, you know that the relationship is in the poto. This is just to add on to what Uncle Patrick said about valuing your relationship. But that's all I have to say on this one time. We can head together if you're done. If you want to say something, I'll let you go and then I will hand the show.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Uncle Patrick, thank you so much. My love to Auntie. Yeah, we'll talk very, very soon. Guys, thank you so much. Hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you are notified when we go live. This interesting conversation, right? Yeah. So, but help me share it. Share it. But I'll be back here maybe to catch some cruise on Thursday. This one got too serious. I like cruise, so I like to balance it. Okay. But I did put a poll in the back end. So should we do cruise or should we, I like to feel on it sometimes like that. But ultimately, I like a balance, just like the rest of you, the Prestige family. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Latu said, being here all this time. I appreciate you, Latu. I know Latu is in Nigeria as well. So thank you so much. We'll see you guys at the very, very top. Hopefully been enlightened, educated. We'll see you on the next one. Peace. Stop focusing on cheating. Focus on improving your relationship.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.